To the 2022 CMU Portugal Summit, New Frontiers in Tech. We will now start the first day of our conference. We now welcome to the stage Inês Lins, co-director of the CMU Portugal program, Sir John O'Reilly, chair, CMU Portugal External Review Committee, James Garrett, provost, Carnegie Mellon University, and Madalena Alves, president of FCT.
Good morning, everyone. So, dear President of the FCT, dear members of the CMU Portugal External Review Committee, dear Bill Sanders, Dean College of Engineering, Carnegie Mellon University, dear James Garrett, Provost, Carnegie Mellon University, dear CMU Portugal community from Portugal and CMU. Welcome to the CMU Portugal Summit 2022 New Frontiers in Tech. As we are celebrating over more than 15 years of these partnerships, it is fantastic to have you all here after so much time apart. Actually, after COVID, everything is special and we value very much being together. Since its beginning, CMU Portugal's overarching goal has been to establish a community across Portugal and CMU to place Portugal at the forefront of research and technological development in digital technologies and to foster industry-science relationships as agents of change for social and economic impact. And we have been addressing these goals, deploying a set of 4 main instruments. The first instrument is clearly talent development. So we believe in talent. And so far, 125 students have enrolled in CMU Portugal dual degree course, with 39 still in the pipeline. The 86 graduates from the dual degree PhD and the 228 dual degree masters are now working in renowned universities and research centers in Portugal and worldwide, as well as in highly innovative international companies, placing themselves as ambassadors for the excellence of the program's activities and facilitators of Portugal's embedded in international knowledge and business networks. Right now, we have a new call open for dual degree students, so please circulate this call or yourselves put on your application. In 2021, CMU Portugal and FCT established the affiliated PhD programs, a new doctoral education mechanism in ICT areas. A key aspect of this initiative is the collaboration with industry, as candidates are encouraged to develop part of their PhD work plan with a Portuguese ICT company. And we welcomed 23 new students into our community in the past years. You can hear more about these initiatives at today's session on talent development. Our second instrument is knowledge creation. CMU Portugal creates new opportunities to develop world-class research and innovation networks, stimulate a culture of highly qualified entrepreneurship in Portuguese universities, and foster an ecosystem of support for R&D activities between companies in close articulation with academic institutions. We have funded, through FCT and CMU, 80 projects since 2006. During this conference, we'll hear about CMU Portugal 12 large-scale launched in 2019. They represent CMU Portugal, FCT, and ANI, most ambitious call to date, with a commitment of 25 million euros, from public and private investment. Through this initiative, national ICT companies dynamized networks of collaborative projects, reinforcing the innovation ecosystem, relying on Portuguese R&D institutions, and taking advantage of the experience and research teams of Carnegie Mellon. In parallel, CMU Portugal continues to support exploratory research projects designed to assist teams of researchers from Portuguese institutions, Carnegie Mellon University, and industry partners in bootstrapping high-impact potential research activities of strategic relevance. And we will have the chance to hear about the most important 6 projects that have started their activities this year. Again, we have a new call open that is still open for exploratory research projects, and we are aware that there are many people actually working in such proposals. Our third instrument is innovation and entrepreneurship. Our industry affiliates network has expanded during the past years. 16 CMU Portugal industrial affiliates have committed to actively contributing to the partnership's advanced education and research programs and increasing their competitiveness by investing in R&D, advanced training of human resources, and building a highly skilled workforce dedicated to innovation activities. CMU Portugal industry affiliates include 5 Portuguese unicorn companies, and I will use alphabetic order: Farfetch, Fidzai, OutSystems, Remote, and Talkdesk, and ICT leaders: Accenture, Altis, Saia, Nós, Priberam, REN, TechEver, Thales, Unbabel, Uniplaces, and Veniam, that actually was recently acquired by Nexar. In addition, Mambu, one of the early spin-offs of the program, incorporated in Germany, and Fidzai, with its headquarters in Portugal, both achieved unicorn status within the last 2 years. Portugal is currently the country in Europe with the highest density of ICT unicorn companies, and actually we are at the unicorn factory. That means a lot. And we have 7, in Portugal we have 7 out of 70 unicorns, most affiliated and actively engaged with CMU Portugal. And that really means something. The fourth instrument is communication and outreach. And this has been done by renewing the program's image as a platform for international scientific collaboration. CMU Portugal's strategy is built to support the program's mission and initiatives while promoting the outcomes of the program. Communication activities are designed to enhance collaborations with key stakeholders and create visibility while building a solid communication network to increase its outreach. And so for the next 2 days, we invite you to explore the new frontiers in tech brought to you by the presentations and discussion of 18 CMU Portugal active projects, more than 50 posters in exhibition that represent the work developed by some of CMU Portugal PhD candidates and PhD students working at CMU Portugal projects, and by the keynotes by lecturers paving the way for the future. Take advantage of these 2 days to explore the many opportunities offered within the scope of CMU Portugal for collaborations between Portuguese universities, companies, and across Carnegie Mellon. Thank you.
We now welcome Sir John O'Reilly.
Good morning, everyone. Excuse me. I'm John O'Reilly, and it's a great pleasure to be here in person this time. It's been a long time since we were able to do that. And I'm pleased to see both so many people and some old friends and new people who I'm sure I will feel the same about. I'm here as chair of the External Review Committee, and I think you've got details of who else is that. And I'm going to say a few words about what the ERC is about as I see it, and then Nuno and will correct me when I get it wrong, right? But I'll say a few words as I see it. But let me say something first. Well, maybe first about where we are. It probably won't be a great surprise to you if you look at me carefully to deduce that it's possible that I'm a grandparent. I know it's a shock to some of you to think that I could be, but let's say that. I have a granddaughter. But I'm going to have to be very careful. If I tell her I'm in the unicorn factory, her expectations of what I will bring back when I go home will be wholly unreasonable. So we have to be, I just mentioned that in passing. Now let me turn to a bit more serious, the program itself. I've been involved actually in this sort of capacity pretty much from the beginning. So I've seen it. I've seen it grow. I've seen it take shape. I've seen it adjust. And I've seen it broaden and enhance. And I'm talking of the program, but actually I could be talking about ICT in Portugal equally well. Throughout the course of this program, from my perspective, the ICT sector in Portugal has changed dramatically, very impressively. Now, you know what they say, correlation does not automatically imply, but nonetheless, when you've got a strong correlation like that, I think you'd make some deductions from it. Now, why has that happened? I'm going to say two reasons. One is it's the nature of ICT. Actually, really, let's say that first of all. The important place that it has. It's an important sector in its own right, but it is massively pervasive. If you're good in ICT, if you're active in ICT, it reaches all parts of the economy. And I think that's one of the things that was recognized when this sector was chosen for this thing. So the difference that you make by working together, yes, you're improving the university system, both sides and so on. Yes, you're making your contribution to ICT, but let's be very clear. It's a massive contribution to the changing shape and advancement of the economy as a whole of Portugal. Thank you. I keep knocking it. Good. Thank you. Okay, so that's one thing I would observe. Now, it's a program. It's a partnership. And from my observation on the review committee, it's a very special, very distinctive partnership. Partnerships work when it's good for both, when each derives benefit. And I don't have to remind James, he knows it, but I always say Carnegie Mellon is here as a partner. No, partners give and partners benefit both ways. And that's been really true in my observation of this program. It's part of its distinctiveness, part of what makes it so valuable. Now, just a couple of words about the ERC. What are we about? External Review Committee. Well, committee maybe, group, anyhow. But review, yes, that's right, isn't it? Let's have a look and see how things have been going, and maybe we can make some useful comments. Would external? Yes, you need some people from outside to come and do that, so we can see why that's there. But what's it about? Let me introduce you to a poem by a famous English poet. I'm an engineer, by the way, so occasionally I have to assert my humanity as well, right? Or something along those lines. T.S. Eliot wrote a poem called The Rock, and I'm going to pick out just 3 lines from that poem, and then maybe make up a 4th. In the poem The Rock, you'll find, where is the wisdom that we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge that we have lost in information? And there's probably a third line, but you get my drift, yeah? Wisdom, knowledge, information, 3 things. What we hope an external committee can do is kind of look at some of the stuff that's going on and learn things, yeah? And actually, maybe if we're really lucky, and if you're really lucky, a little bit of wisdom will come through. But I'm going to talk specifically to this program now. If you were writing that poem today, if we could dream, where is the wisdom that is lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge that is lost in information? Where would you go next? Where is the information that is lost in data? He did not say that, but today, that really is a very important part of what we do. And you know, 15 years ago, I don't think anyone would have said that, certainly not to the same extent. Big data was maybe starting to be talked about, certainly in places, but look at where it is today. And now let me take you back pretty much to where I started. It's at the core of what we do in ICT, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere in the economy. It's an example of the pervasiveness, the critical importance to science, to society, to economies of what you collectively do. And the shifts and the adjustments that have taken place in that program really demonstrate that so powerfully for me. So those are my few words. You can decide whether that's wisdom or rubbish or whatever it is. But those are, I thought, just a few things to say. I'm going to look forward to the next few days to working with some really impressive colleagues who have been brought together to see what we can distill from what we hear over the next 2 days and see if we can feed something out that will be useful, maybe some of it to you, certainly to the leaders of the program, and hopefully also to the FCT and to the ministry and how they see this within Portugal. But with that, I'll stop there. Thank you.
We now welcome James Garrett.
Good morning, everyone. It is my true pleasure to be here today, joining you in person, as Sir John said, to begin this CMU Portugal national meeting. I am so glad to see so many of you here for what is sure to be days full of learning, knowledge, information, and yes, there'll be probably lots of data shared as well. But as much of this progress that we're seeing is CMU Portugal is really an amazing program that, as Inês has pointed out, has really experienced just a tremendous number of different forms of success. But before I talk about that, I really would like to acknowledge those who have been instrumental in helping that to happen. First of all, he's sitting several rows back, but he's very much been a major force in the success of this program. Professor Jose Moura, who's the CMU Portugal Program Director, Professors Inês Lintz and Nuno Nunes, both are CMU Portugal Program Co-Directors. Sir John Riley, as he points out, has been with this ERC since its inception. Certainly, some of your advice and expertise and knowledge that you've imparted has also, it may be correlated, but it's likely causation. And certainly the Portuguese National Science Foundation, currently led by President Madalena Alves. Thank you so much for the FCT and your leadership. It's very critical to the success of this program. It also is, as Sir John has indicated, as well as Inês, that leaders can come together and think about these ideas and what could potentially be done, but without the faculty and in both Pittsburgh and here in Portugal, and the students both in Pittsburgh and Portugal working together on these projects that have taken place over the last 15 years, we wouldn't have all these things to be celebrating. Before I move on to the other parts of my comments, I also would like to acknowledge my colleague, Bill Sanders, the Dean of Carnegie Mellon's College of Engineering, who has traveled here to attend this meeting. He's certainly been involved in these meetings by Zoom, but this is his first time attending the national meeting in person. So welcome, Bill. I am truly excited to be back here in Lisbon with all of you. I remember my first visit was back in 2013. I had just been named dean, and I was doing something similar to this at the opening ceremony of the national meeting. It was my first official duty as dean, and what a great way to start my capacity in that position, to come and be a part of this amazing organization. Now I join you as provost of Carnegie Mellon, and it's okay if, by the way, if you don't know what the provost means. There are many that don't. It's essentially the person who oversees all the academic activity at the university. But in both capacities, as dean and now as provost, it's been just an amazing thing to watch. This CMU Portugal program has just been an amazing entity to watch over several phases, just continue to grow and adjust and change its emphasis so as to be most productive for the kind of changes that Sir John was talking about. So my colleagues and I are grateful for this opportunity to come here and join you, and I know there are a number of faculty who have come here from Pittsburgh, and a number of students that are here from Pittsburgh, and faculty from all over Portugal. And so I certainly want to thank you for the very warm welcome back to Lisbon as part of this. As I said, it's a wonderful program, and continues to have a true impact, not just on the ICT industry here, but also at Carnegie Mellon. And as we were talking about, it's for a relationship to sustain itself for 15 years. It's got to be a win-win. There's got to be tremendous benefits accruing to Portugal and to the Portuguese faculty and students, but also to Carnegie Mellon. And so it's helped to strengthen our research mission as partners in the field of information and communication technology, especially in areas of artificial intelligence, data science, robotics automation, and human machine learning. The innovative dual degree programs have been a particular success here, and I've often said this is a gold standard model for how Carnegie Mellon would like to interact with other programs, if it's even possible. But this has just been a fantastic model of collaboration. And so just to, at the risk of repeating some of what Inês said, I do want to acknowledge that I also recognize that there's been a number of really significant outcomes of this program. Nearly 230 CMU Portugal graduates from several professional master's degrees are now part of the workforce in ICT and several high-tech companies in Portugal. There are nearly 90 dual degree doctoral graduates, with 30 more, or nearly 30 more in the pipeline, that strengthen research and expertise and expand our global network. And they go on to work for some of the best companies and universities in the world. And as we look at the research and innovation successes, there have been over 80 research projects that have been sponsored by the CMU Portugal program, all of which engage industry, advance our mission, and solve real-world problems. And as was pointed out, there have been a dozen startups, and 2 that have evolved directly from this program, Fidzai and Mumbai, are unicorns. And then we've had several others, Unbabel and Venium and others, that have also reached unicorn status. I didn't know this building was called the Unicorn Factory until you said it. I just want to say I'm a civil engineer, and it's fantastic to see our heritage preserved and reused the way this building is. It's just a wonderful facility. So we really do, as a group, need to look back and celebrate the successes and take great pride in what this program has been able to accomplish. And as we look to the future of this remarkable program, I and my colleagues are extremely excited to strengthen this partnership. And as Sir John said, it's a partnership. We have to continue to work together to strengthen our relationship and to advance a very strong research agenda. So whether we are supporting existing companies or fostering new ones, CMU Portugal will continue to deploy AI solutions to real-world impactful domains in health and financial services, telecom, infrastructure, and many more. So in closing, I certainly very much look forward to spending the next couple of days hearing about all these projects that are going on, to learning more about the positive impacts in the future that this CMU Portugal program is going to continue to have. So thank you very much for inviting me.
We now welcome Madalena Alves, President FCT.
Well, good morning to all. Dear Professor James Garrett, Provost, Carnegie Mellon University. Dear Professor Sir John O'Reilly, Chair of CMU Portugal External Review Committee. Thank you for bringing this poem linking the wisdom, knowledge, information, and data. And I think is very appropriate to this event here. Thank you. Well, dear Professor José Moura, Director of the program at CMU, I thank you, your role that turns this program quite unique in terms of these partnerships. Dear Professors Nuno Nunes and Inês Lins, co-directors here in Portugal of this program, dear CMU Portugal community, dear colleagues, well, I'm very honored and happy to celebrate these 15 years of this cooperation between Portugal and Carnegie Mellon University. This program started already in 2006 and was within the scope of an ambitious strategy of the government to support greater internationalization of the Portuguese universities, and by promoting innovative projects and highly qualified human resources. The aim was initially to strengthen Portuguese scientific and technological capacity with a view to obtain social and economic benefits. In 2018, under the Go Portugal initiative, this is the acronym for Global Science and Technology Partnership Portugal, the CMU Portugal program was renewed. Also, and within this initiative, several international partnerships were reinforced and expanded, stimulating scientific and business development for the creation of value through knowledge, resulting in development of new services, products, and processes. A thematic strategy was also settled, allowing synergies between the initiatives and research agendas, such as the Atlantic Interaction Research and Innovation Agenda or the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development. I believe these international partnerships contributed to step changes in general, so I'm talking not only about CMU, but in general, contributed to step changes in some strategic fields and resulted in capacity building in those areas. After 15 years of nurturing Portugal, all indicators suggest that involved research groups are internationally competitive and mature, calling for new challenges and scientific endeavors. Well, we all know that large and difficult problems we face today require complex solutions, multidisciplinary approaches, integrating new technologies, access to large data sets, and public and private cooperation at a global scale. CMU Portugal is discovering new frontiers in ICT while contributing to solve real-world problems, demonstrating that public investment in science has a significant impact in our daily lives. By focusing in ICT areas, this partnership works towards promoting a global innovation ecosystem in fields as diverse as software engineering, autonomy and robotics, language technologies, human-machine interaction, among many others. These areas have strong applications in many fields like health, wildfires, forestry, etc. So this is what is important in these areas of ICT. The CMU Portugal promotes innovation and innovation platform focused on cutting-edge research, world-class graduate education, and collaboration initiatives between industry and academia. These ambitious goals are designed to achieve talent development through unique advanced training programs such as the dual degree PhDs, knowledge creation by promoting joint research projects, and several innovation and entrepreneurship initiatives such as the industry affiliate program. CMU Portugal program has been exploring new paths of development, or as the theme of this conference suggests, new frontiers in tech. This vision, which is perfectly aligned with FCT's mission to foster more and better science in all research fields, is a perfect teaser for these 2 days forum that I'm sure will be certainly very fruitful. So I wish you a very nice and in this amazing building, a very good conference for these 2 days, and we'll see each other tomorrow. So please enjoy the conference, and thank you so much.
To present the first talk in our agenda, we welcome Nuno Nunes, co-director of the CMU Portugal program.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, and part of my introduction to our next speaker is going to be to explain why we are here in this building. It's actually related to the program because Nuno Sebastião, who was the commissioner for the Unicorn Factory, called me and said, I want to have the partnership there. And I told him, look, the partnership is a series of projects and people around Portugal and at Carnegie Mellon, but I'm trying to find space for my research lab, which is actually founded under the CMU Portugal partnership. And so that's how we ended moving here. And I told him when I was talking with Nuno Sebastião, who is the founder of Feedzai, one of the unicorn companies related to CMU Portugal, I was telling him, I didn't know also they were trying to do a unicorn factory here, but I told him, I know a unicorn factory is called Carnegie Mellon Portugal because we already did it. And it's a great pleasure to be here to contribute to another initiative that the City Hall of Lisbon is trying to do, and to try and approach and bring closer the research at Carnegie Mellon with new stakeholders. And I had a few slides, I don't know if we could, and through that to try and inspire the next stage of the program, the 4th stage. The previous stage, I don't know if I can move here. In the previous stage, actually I'm seeing Rodrigo there, was my co-director when we started the 3rd stage. In the 3rd stage, we had to write this vision note. And so we started identifying areas that some years ago we thought could be interesting areas to do groundbreaking research under the Carnegie Mellon Portugal program. So we brought in things like machine learning, human-computer interaction, artificial intelligence, many of them. But we knew when we were writing the vision note that we had no idea of what was going to be the next success of the program, because the successes of the program, the companies, the research projects, the PhD students, they come from the curiosity of the talent that we attract to the program. They don't come from the vision of the directors. We are just here to help build the strategy and to facilitate that this talent that fortunately our country has to a large extent can do that. Said that, I have to say that I am affiliated with the HEI Institute, where these two gentlemen were founders. And for those of you who don't know who they were both Turing Award, which is the Nobel of Computer Science, and one of them actually even won the Nobel of Economics. And he has a sentence in one of his books that I find amazing, and I ask all of my PhD students to do, is everyone designs who devises courses of actions aimed at changing existing situations into preferred ones. Actually, the building where the HEI, I see there Jody Forlizzi, who was the former director of the HEI, the building is called Alan Newell Simon Hall, and this vision has always inspired me in moving from engineering more into design. And so I'm going to give you my contribution before I pass on to Inês, which is a project that I've been leading, which is not funded by the Carnegie Mellon Portugal program, but by the European Union, is the sixth lighthouse of the new European Bauhaus. And we gathered a group of people and we thought about this idea of a Bauhaus of the seas, a new school of design that could be beneficial of the unique situation of Portugal. And with these amazing designers, we put the Bauhaus building into a ship, and we thought that this could be a great opportunity to use digital as a technology of scale. Because like Sir John O'Reilly was saying, this is really the technology that these days can scale everything. And we have examples such as Unbabel, and you hear the keynote from Vasco. And so we identified some problems. The new European Bauhaus, by the way, tries to bring inclusion, sustainability, and aesthetics in this triangle. And if you think about, for instance, the new aesthetics of the digital era is pretty much shaped by digital technologies. If you think the role that a problem like fighting climate change could have, it could not be achieved without digital technology. So digital is pervasive, is everywhere. And this is my personal and a group from ITI, our personal suggestion of how we could approach this by using digital as a technology of change to solve many of these problems that you see there. And you will hear from Vasco, for instance, how they ambition to have their technology becoming a technology, a translation layer, which could solve many problems, including problems of inclusion. And so this is, again, a single contribution before I introduce the next speaker. The idea is that Portugal, in this globalized world, which is very much focused on digital technologies, could become a leader in Europe. And I think, that we cannot do that. And I remember Fernando Pereira, one of the members of the ERC, saying this in a talk that he recently gave in Nova, that we need to find a strategy that is unique to Portugal, that puts Portugal in its place between Europe and the Americas, and that could benefit the strategy. Because if you only try to copy what others have been doing, we will never be seen as leaders in the world. So this is a small example, and this example, of course, will need new stakeholders, not just companies like Unbabel, like Fidzai, like Mambo, who was a company that was a spin-off from our research center, but it will also need new partners. And this is my pleasure to introduce Inês de Souza, who is the president of the Santander Foundation, who has been one of the sponsors to make us come here. And she's going to speak a little bit how we can see the social impact of what we are trying to do through ICT. And I think, again, is opening a new type of partnerships that we will need to move to the fourth stage. So it is my pleasure to introduce you, Inês.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here and an honor to participate in the CMU Portugal. Before I share with you why the reason why we did this partnership with the ITI, I just want to share with you what are the main goals of our foundation here in Portugal. So the Santander Portugal Foundation, what we want is to make the difference in people's lives and corporates. And we want to tackle some of the Portuguese, some social and economic issues here in Portugal. The first one is education. We need to have a better and a more quality in early education. As you know, 10% of our children, they came from a poor environment or as the parents have a low level of education, don't get to the university. And we need to change that. We need to contribute to have a more social and economic mobility for all these children. The second one, it's the digital skills. It's very important to give everyone digital skills for the new jobs and have greater employment. More than 1 million of jobs will disappear, so people need to be prepared, and that's one of the reasons that we want to help our customers. The third one is financial literacy, that I'm going to speak a little bit later. Financial education, it's critical, and only 25% of our Portuguese have basic financial literacy. So we need to change that, especially in this specific moment that with the interest rates and the inflation rates, everyone needs to have better knowledge of what is financial literacy. And for me, more than financial literacy, we need to evolve to financial health. We need to help our customers and Portuguese. How can they have a better life? How can they save more? How can they reduce their debt and so on? On financial health, it's our main objective. And the other one is ESG literacy. Once again, I think we have a lack of awareness of how the people and how businesses can do in everything related to environment, to social, and to government. So these four main lack of in Portuguese economic and social issue we want to address. And everything we want to do, we want to have we have a clear ambition to contribute to the 2030 United Nations agenda. And we will be focused on 4 SDGs. One is the education. The second one is to reduce inequalities. The third one is to reduce poverty. And the last one is partnership. We truly believe that partnership like this one that we are going to have it will have great impact and will make the difference. As John said earlier, partnership must to be good for everyone, not only for Portugal, for Santander, for ITI, but for the social and the community as a whole. And so just to share why are we here with this partnership with the ITI. One of our main projects is just what I said, to tackle one of the economic and social issues in Portugal, financial literacy. And we think that with your experience, and we hope we can learn a lot with everything that the experience that we have, not only here in Portugal, but also abroad, how can we get everyone to have a better financial literacy? And the human-computer interactions that we are with lots of experience that we have, how can you use that and how can we improve that to have and to increase the percentage of people that don't have the basic of the financial literacy? So this is one of the projects that we're going to develop here with the help of Carnegie CMU in Portugal, and we really believe that we can make the difference, we can have impact. And I am looking forward to start working and to see the results and have real impact in Portugal. I know that it's the first time you are going to have a partnership with a foundation, and maybe it's the one pilot, but then we can spread for all the foundation here in Portugal to join the program. Thank you very much.
Next on stage, we will have our first keynote speaker. To introduce them, please welcome Inês Lins, co-director of the CMU Portugal program.
So good morning again. It is my pleasure, my honor, to introduce Vasco Pedro. He is coming live on stage shortly. Vasco Pedro is co-founder and CEO at Unbabel. Unbabel is a company that offers AI-based multilingual translation services for more than 30 languages, that implements technology based on machine learning and crowdsourcing. Vasco Pedro was formerly a Master of Student and PhD student in language technologies at CMU, and this was even before the CMU Portugal program started. And currently, Unbabel has huge involvement with the CMU program, CMU Portugal program. Vasco is a serial entrepreneur, so Unbabel was not the first company that Vasco founded, and that for sure helped, and has raised a total of $19 million of funding. Thank you, Vasco, and welcome.
Cool, okay. Clicker here. Hi, that's great to be here. I guess I don't need this one so I can move around freely, maybe with less echo. Can I move around? Is that okay? Yeah, okay, cool. It's great to be here. My relationship with Carnegie Mellon now spans more than 20 years. I moved to Pittsburgh in 2001, joined the master's program at the LTI then, and then 2 years turned into 10 years, and kids and company and a bunch of other stuff that tends to happen. Life happens while you're making plans. And so I think I want to talk a bit about the relationship of Unbabel with CMU, but maybe first I can contextualize on what does Unbabel actually do? Why is this relevant at all? And so the problem that we're trying to solve comes from a very basic thing, which is people speak different languages. I mean, even now we're all speaking here English, but I was just realizing that it kind of creates a restriction, right? And anyone that comes up here and is talking kind of needs to be talking in English, right? And so it would be amazing if we could have anyone talk in any language, anytime, and that not be an issue. We're not in that world yet, maybe one day, right? And this is not going to change. So sometimes people say, well, but we can all speak English, right? But there's something inherent about the human being that we tend to create our own language. And we use language as such a big way of differentiating that you have a lot of experiments that happen randomly where people, get lost in the woods, and 50 years later, they have an entirely different language, right? And we see this with teenagers as well, right? They keep reinventing language as a way of differentiating themselves from the previous generation. So there are some very internal mechanisms in human beings that drive towards using language as a way of differentiation. So this is not going to change. It's going to continue. And so the outcome of this is that you have this big language services market, right? Like companies have been trying to translate for a long time. Most likely when the first tribes needed to sell something to the other tribe, there was someone that's trying to translate things. So we've been doing this for a long time. And the result is that it's a very fragmented market. I mean, in Europe alone, there's about 100,000 translation agencies. Sometimes agencies are 3 or 4 people that just get together and translate things. When I talk to people that work in this industry, a lot of them kind of started by accident, right? They were in college, they started translating some stuff, then turned to be a thing. So it created a really big market. And not just big, but the fragmentation for me, what it tells me is this is really an unsolved problem, right? So for the most part, we have this way of translating that is very human-centric, and it's just not able to cope with the needs of the current world, especially as we move towards globalization. And so this has some specific issues. Human-based translation is essentially not scalable. And even though we tend to use human standards as a gold standard, actually humans tend to create a lot of inconsistencies. I mean, human errors and expression exists very much in translation. It tends to take a long time. The businesses themselves tend to be a typical services business, very low gross margins. And data in itself is not seen as an asset, right? It's this idea of project-based where we're sending something and then gets translated and gets lost in the ether. But if you think about it, half of the world's data is numbers, and we're kind of okay with that, and half of the world's data is language in some form or another, right? And so it feels very weird that all of this data that's being produced by companies is not being used and reused to generate more value and to create better ways of communication. And so that's something that I think factors in. And then, machine translation is essentially kind of the first AI application, right? It's like this is coming out of a Second World War and the study of cipher, and like, oh, we can use the same techniques to think of a different language as a code that we can break. We're going to have this done in 5 years, right? 5 to 10 years, machine translation will be working. We're a few years later, we're still not quite there yet. Immense advances, right? Absolutely. I mean, when we started Unbabel in 2013, this was still phrase-based machine translation, so not deep learning. And so the accuracy of machine translation was still significantly worse than it is today. Absolutely, machine translation is evolving a lot, but it's still not all the way there when you use it in enterprise setting, right? And so it's by itself is not sufficient. And so that's the fundamental idea of Unbabel is, well, why don't we combine the best of both worlds, right? How do we use AI how do we leverage AI to do a lot of the boring, repetitive tasks and do it so we can scale, and then we use the humans to do what they do best, which is understanding nuance and cultural appropriateness, and kind of how to distinguish, how to best convey a certain meaning. And the result of this is that we have a much more scalable way of translating with higher accuracy and a much lower cost, which has a lot of potential impacts. But one of the interesting things, and I think this is where it starts meshing into where the CMU come into play with this, is that actually you have very strong core pillars of technology that have been powering Unbabel. So just to give you a sense, I have some numbers later of how much we've grown, but from a number of words perspective, we're now on track this year to do about 3.5 billion words of translation, so they have human interaction, which is starting to become, obviously it's not Google scale from a pure information size, but from an enterprise translation perspective, it's typically 1x bigger than pretty much any of our competitors. So it really relies on a bunch of very sophisticated underlying technology advances that are quite unique in industry. And it's weird when you look in the translation industry and you look at websites, because everyone talks the same way, so it's very hard to actually understand what's under the hood. And so when I talk about this pillars, sometimes it's hard to understand the impact that they have. But one of them is adaptive MT. So this is becoming kind of the standard. We develop our own MT engines. I'm very happy to pitch them against Google Translate or DeepL. They're going to be better in some areas, less good in other areas. We leverage a lot of customer specific data, and so our engines get more fine-tuned to the customer-specific voice, and so there's some advantages there. But from a broad general sense, obviously, if you use Google Translate, there's just much more data there. So, but comparable. On evaluation and estimation is where we really are doing something quite unique, both on the frameworks to measure the quality output of a machine translation. So if you think about it, there's kind of like the fundamental problem when you're trying to translate something is that you kind of know that there's a lot of stuff coming out of the machine translation that is already accurate. You just don't know which, right? And so the result is a lot of times you need to send everything through a human because you don't know where the good bits are. And what MT evaluation and quality estimation give you is that ability. The other day, I was in a panel with Manuela Veloz, and she described Unbabel and used a sentence, also a CMU professor, obviously, and now at JP Morgan, but she was saying, like, the thing that I like about Unbabel is that most of AI has this problem where AI doesn't know when it doesn't know, right? So it has a very hard time saying, I'm going to give you some result that you asked, but I actually don't know if this is a bad result, so I'm going to give it to you anyway, right? So if you ask from an AI model a prediction of something, it will give you that prediction, whether it's great or not so great. And with Unbabel, we developed a way of being able to tell the AI when it says, hey, I think this is really good, you can use it, or I'm not so sure about this, make sure there's a person looking at this, right? And the impact of this is a massive difference in efficiency that translates into cost and speed and quality and a bunch of good things. And so the way we're thinking about this is we're seeing a really fundamental shift in the way translation is approached from an enterprise perspective that we're starting to call language operations. And the change from this is equivalent to what happened when cloud computing came online. And you had before a lot of in-house servers, so you had system administrators that were really catered for getting stuff on premise. And then with the cloud coming along, you have the rise of what's called now the DevOps movement, and people thinking from an infrastructure perspective in a different way. We think the same thing is going to happen to translation, where right now all of the systems that manage translation are done from a human-centric perspective that thinks of things as projects, but the world really has evolved, and the amount of information being created on an ongoing basis is exponentially bigger. And so we're shifting to a streaming-based approach, and when you think about this and you need AI to solve it, and you start thinking of the systems from an AI-centric perspective, it really changes the capabilities and skill sets that the people dealing with this problem need to have. And so we're going to see an evolution from localization managers to LangOps. And so that's kind of the trend that we're seeing. And so that's why we're saying we're the leading AI-based language operations platform. Language operations has been just recently recognized by Gartner in the hype cycle as a new category. And so it's kind of the beginning of a movement. We just recently also launched the LangOps manifesto. So there's a lot of learnings from what happened with DevOps movement or the marketing ops movement, which brings a lot of transparency and control on the people that are actually managing all of this inside companies. Sometimes I refer to this as, for me, LangOps is MLOps plus localization. MLOps is really the new thing that's coming online, and this idea that machine learning should be usable by the practitioners, not necessarily without them having to be researchers. And so that movement is having huge impact in the world, and it's going to be the same in language. So to give you a sense, we're now about 350 employees. We do, actually that number is already outdated. We do more than 250 million words a month, more than 130,000 translators worldwide. So these are the people that actually, when needed, go in, correct translations and do all of the human-focused tasks. They tend to live in the countries where the target destination language is. So, if you're translating to Japanese, you'll probably have Japanese translators if you need them. We've grown a lot since 2018. We now have 9 hubs. We acquired our first company last year, and we're now in Lisbon and London and Edinburgh and Romania, Cebu, New York, San Francisco, and Pittsburgh, right? And so why Pittsburgh? This takes us to why is actually, I think, CMU Portugal so important for Unbabel. So as I was telling Inês, actually, when I joined CMU, the CMU Portugal program didn't exist. I joined as a master's student, then continued as a PhD student. I joined in 2001, and it was a few years later that we had the first CMU program students. And it was interesting because even before that happened, it was strikingly low, the amount of Portuguese students at CMU, and we knew we knew each other very well. There was like 5 or 6 of us, and it was easy to know everyone. And then suddenly, over the course of a couple of years, there was 40 or 50 people, right? And it was impressive the impact that was having. For example, my VP of research, Andrea Martins, was also my colleague at CMU. He was one of the first CMU Portugal students. And we were office mates. We shared an office at CMU, and we would spend a lot of time thinking about what were the things that we were seeing that we wanted to bring back to Portugal from a mindset perspective, from a way of doing things, from the kinds of problems we're looking at. And it's hard to not see how, for example, a lot of that thinking ended up influencing the creation of the machine learning summer school in IST that has now gone for, 10 years at least, and it's becoming one of the best-known machine learning schools. And I remember him discussing exactly those ideas when we were at CMU. So you could see it firsthand, the impact on the mindset and the exposure to a different way of thinking that that you get when you are in places like CMU, right? And a lot of that is not just CMU. I mean, obviously we have the MIT Portugal program and other programs like that, but this ability to be in world-class institutions exposed to a way of thinking that is different and more ambitious and kind of state-of-the-art in everything you do really changes the mindset of the people that go through it. And when they come back and bring that mindset here, you start having the impact that you're seeing. I mean, I would go, obviously this is anecdotal evidence, and we can only really establish correlation versus causation as was seen, but I've seen it firsthand, right? I mean, I came back to Portugal in 2011. It was kind of the height of the austerity period. People were saying, why are you coming back? It's a bit ridiculous. But along with me, a lot of people were coming back from the first CMU Portugal, MIT Portugal, and you could see the emergence of this group of people that was really bringing a lot of ideas that they've been exposed to and saying, hey, we can totally do a lot of that here. This should be influencing the way we behave and the value that we're creating for our society here. And so I think that was incredibly powerful. I mean, we've had a number of publications from CMU students. We've had a number of CMU interns. So it kind of goes both ways. We've opened now an office, for a couple of years now, an office in Pittsburgh. One of my professors at the Language Technologies Institute, Alon Levy, had started a company that ended up being acquired by Amazon and became the Amazon translation, like basically the machine translation arm of Amazon. But he felt that the work that he was doing inside of Amazon wasn't being having enough impact, and it was not being considered at the level he wanted, and he was seeing that we were doing a lot of innovative things, and so we convinced him to come and start our Pittsburgh lab. And it's been amazing, right? I mean, it's still a fairly small team. Obviously, COVID ended up not really helping on our expansion plans. We, as in most companies, took a bit of a step back on what we wanted to do, but it's actually, it's one of the most productive teams that we have at Unbabel. And part of that is, and even this summer, we had a number of Unbabel people go and spend time at CMU and in the Pittsburgh office. And it's incredible to see the impact that even that short stint of being exposed to that environment, how much it amplifies the thought process and the ideas. And so I think it's been, from the beginning, one of the things that, so just to give a bit of context, so my co-founder and CTO, João Graça, also, I mean, not from CMU, but he did his PhD at UPenn in machine translation. And so when we both came back in 2011, there's a very shared passion on the things we wanted to do. And I think maybe in Babel, and we're seeing this across a number of other startups now, in Babel from the beginning, maybe we were kind of biased because both of us had finished our PhDs, we had some experience in academia, and we could see the value of having a strong connection with academia from the beginning. And so we always looked for ways to make it very impactful and to make it very tangible and Unbabel. I mean, from the amount of our R&D budget focused on research to the amount of publications that we always try to produce, to the relationship that we had with research institutions, both in Portugal, CMU, and others. It's been very important to us, sometimes to the detriment of startup common sense wisdom, where a lot of times, the idea when you're starting a startup is less research and more product market fit. But we could see that the core problem that we were solving really wasn't solved. And in order to solve it, we needed the kind of people that could do the fundamental research to advance the entire state of the art. And so for us, it was super important from the beginning to have this strong interaction. And CMU proved the ideal partner, to be honest, on this, right? I mean, even now, and Paulo will talk about the Responsible AI Consortium, which we're leading and was announced in the last few days. The biggest AI consortium in the world focused on responsible AI, huge achievement. And one of the projects in there that I'm particularly excited is, I'm going to use this term for the first time, Paul, because we've been discussing this. I mean, if you're familiar with speech to text within natural language processing, right? Or we're going to do brain to text. That's kind of the idea. And this sounds sci-fi, but it's the right moment in the world to do it. We've been working on it for a few years. We have a prototype working. It's going to be amazing. It's really mind-blowing, and I hope Paulo talks about this because you're going to hear a lot about it in the next few years. And one of the incredible partners that we're finding in the hardware space are CMU-affiliated startups that are doing incredible hardware developments that are going to be fundamental for the success of what we're doing, right? So we see this as a partnership that started a long time ago, has been incredibly benefited from the CMU Portugal program. For example, Project Maya, I mean, I didn't write down the numbers here, but I think, so Project Maya, the idea is to create superpowered customer service agents, so giving them language augmentation capabilities. And there's a lot of challenges there, but at this point we have more than 1,000 agents using Unbabel as a benefit of the Maya project, right? Within Disney and Nike and a bunch of others, right? PayPal and so on. So like real impact on the output of products, right? But throughout this whole time, we just saw CMU always as a welcoming partner, both pushing us in to be more ambitious, but giving us the access to the people and resources to take our ideas much further, right? And so I can honestly say, Unbabel would be vastly different if CMU didn't exist, and specifically if the CMU Portugal didn't exist. So super happy to support that this continues, because it's not just the impact for Unbabel, it's the impact for the entire ecosystem. I think you're going to hear this over and over the next couple of days, but I think that it is impossible to not see the extreme changes that are happening in Portugal and how much of that is due to the CMU Portugal program. So thank you. I think that's all I have. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I tend to talk a little bit fast. I don't realize it later, so yeah.
No, it's good because we have time for questions. Well, I ask for short questions, short answers, but feel free to raise your hand. We have microphones around. Thank you, Jose.
The first question is always the hardest.
You have the microphone?
Vasco, I'd like you to say a few words about what you said, that research is very important for a startup. So, because as we know, startups as companies look short term in terms of gaining market share, whatever. So what's the role of research for you guys?
So I think that, the role of research in a startup, so it depends on the startup. There are a lot of startups for which research is not the right thing, right? There's a lot of startups that are focused on just immediate solution of problems, that it's not the fundamental problems that need to be solved, it's actually the interaction or the product experience, for example. But there's a lot of startups, and I would argue that those are the ones solving the really meaningful problems in the world that are now required to actually have a very strong research component, because the problems that they're solving are fundamentally unsolved. And who was I talking to the other day, that I was having this conversation where there was this clear sense where that research had moved from, so that cutting edge research had moved from universities to companies, to industry, right? And I think part of that is because just the amount of resources allocated to things like amount of data available. I think we're seeing, for example, the creation of a language model cost reducing. So we're now at the point where like $500,000 would get you a state-of-the-art GPT-3 type language model. I think that will bring it back to the ability for universities to be able to do cutting-edge research again, especially because I think on deep learning we're going to see more of the symbolic AI taking over, and so there's some stuff there that will make sense in research in universities. But the reality is that startups have more of an unbridled ability to move in random directions without having to write grants, without having to follow long-term proposals that require 3-5 years, right? And so the faster research moves, actually, the more it benefits very agile teams that can navigate spaces in a very quick turnaround. And when you combine that with the kind of problems that humanity is facing that really require fundamental research, I think that needs to happen at a startup level as well, right? And so I'm seeing more startups that have, for example, AI components, where from the beginning they're also enticing world-class researchers to work on a startup, and as a return, they enable them to continue to do their research, right? So it's kind of a bidirectional win-win situation.
Well, it's me.
I have two microphones now. Let's see. So thanks for your talk. I don't think that Unbabel fits in the category of startups anymore. I'm sorry. I think this is good news for you, but
it's a very ambiguous question. I've had that a lot of time, right?
That's not my question. I'm sorry. That's
Go
not
ahead.
my question. I don't think it is.
But I'm happy to have that discussion as well.
I don't believe it is in any definition of startup. I don't think you fit anymore, and congratulations for that. I think that's good news and not bad. And given that, what is your role, and how can you drive other projects that come? You know, how can you serve as role model and actually promote the engagement with other startups, this time really startups, to create an ecosystem and also a value chain around AI, and how can you engage in addition to the research, which was really obvious that you do? Thank you.
So I don't know if I have the magic bullet of this is how everything should be done. So I'll share just our experience. We've tried to do that in multiple ways across the years, whether it is by partnering with startups when going to customers, for example. So Visor AI, I think it was one of the banks that we had deployed one of our products, and we had integration with them, was one example. So how can companies that are a bit further along partner with early stage startups on deploying products and customers? I think that sometimes is real helpful. Others is things like the Consortium for Responsible AI, where there's a combination of government funding and private funding to really gear towards creating specific products for markets. And so in our consortium, there's 11 startups. Well, some of them wouldn't be startups by your standard, but you know, like Feedzai, and Feedzai and Sword Health, but also other startups like Unique and Y Data and Visor AI and Emotai and a few others. I'm sure I'm forgetting some names. So it's, and on the other hand, it's about mentorship. So for example, personally, Web Summit just happened. I had a bunch of mentoring sessions with startup founders. Some of the sessions specifically with female-only founders, which was super interesting because you know, on the whole journey, which tends to be slightly different. So that's another mentoring. I've done some angel investing in the past. I realized that it's a bad idea, given where the stage I am right now. My bandwidth is extremely limited. And so I end up being more of an obstacle than a help. And then in general is being open to helping, right? And that's what I've realized. I think me, João, every founder that I know from later stage companies and early stage employees that have seen this trajectory have always been extremely welcome and open to try and help in any way, whether it's making connections to potential customers, to potential investors, to potential mentors. There is now also, an interesting way, there's second generation startups. So for example, Marcelo, the founder of Remote, was a VP of engineering at Unbabel. Or Rui, founder of Coverflex, was a VP of finance at Unbabel. So we're seeing some of that effect where people maybe seen maybe what not to do at Unbabel and went and did it even better afterwards, which I think is also good. It's a good way of doing it. So that's the other second level impact that I think we can have is when we started, there was a number of startups kind of in our era, right, that we're hearing about now. They're all grown up. But they felt at some point that there was more startups. And then it was almost like there was a crunch. But actually what was happening is the startups were all becoming successful and absorbing everyone that maybe would have started their own company. And they went in and for 2-3 years, they were kind of being part of this and seeing it. And now those people are going out and actually starting their own things. And actually that's super beneficial because I think in this ecosystems, it's when you have the second and third generation founders that you can have people that actually are going to get there much faster, right? They're going to hopefully avoid a lot of the mistakes that we did, so which were a lot. So, yeah.
Thanks. Just a short question. How are you avoiding in your translational mechanism to go toward a sort of a standard language with respect to usual translations where there is a subjective contribution of the translator itself? Is your hybrid model taking partly care of these?
Yeah. So that's a great question. Even though I'm describing this as general model with humans, but actually what's happening is there's a concept of pipelines. So for every, let's say, language pair, let's say you want to translate blog posts from English to French for Nike, right? So that's one pipeline. We now have more than 15,000 pipelines at Unbabel, and each pipeline, in essence, has its own AI components that start out maybe from a more general perspective, but then evolve continuously to really learn the voice of that particular customer use case content type, right? And so what you have is, and at this point, even the base models now differentiate between things like formal and informal, and they're starting to be geared more for customer service or for other use cases. And then the humans initially are the ones providing that tone difference, but then the models start learning that themselves, right? So you really have adapted models for specific tones of voice.
We will not lose the subjective content of the text. I mean, translating an author from Italian to Portuguese, taking Calvino, for example, from Italian to Portuguese, you may lose some of the linguistic kind of tools that Calvino is using.
I get that, right? So there's a reason why we're not translating books yet, because I agree with you, right? So there's a weird effect, which is companies in general want to have their own voice, but for a company, like a person, they want to have their individual voice. But for a company, their individual voice means actually a coherent, consistent voice across a number of people communicating, right? So for companies, that's not so much an issue. I think long-term, we definitely want to enable any content creator to be available in every market. but I think that we're not quite there at the point where you'd be able to really translate, certain kind of novels in a way that I would be comfortable, right?
Okay.
But I think we'll get there. I mean, it's a matter of time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Vasco.
Thank you very much.
The time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will present our first roundtable, Mobilizing Agendas for Business Innovation. Please welcome our moderators, Sir John O'Reilly, Chair of the CMU Portugal External Review Committee, and Joanna Mendonça, President at NE.
Hi. Good to see you again. Going back to speak. So I think we have the people speak first, and then we have the moderation. Okay. Can I just check, is the microphone working? It is. Okay, so how we propose to operate this session, if you don't mind, is we're going to actually ask the three speakers to speak first, and then we'll have the conversation afterwards. I think that will be appropriate this time. So I'll say the first one. So the eGames Lab project, Miguel Campos, CEO of WOW Systems. Sorry to spring that on you, but if you'd come forward and give just say a few words of what you want to say.
Thank you.
You know, we're on a tight time scale, as you know.
Yeah, I think I have some short slides about the presentation itself. So if you could put that on, maybe.
7 minutes, right?
Anyway,
Yeah.
good morning all.
You have
Thank you.
7 minutes.
Sorry? Okay, here we go. So good morning all. It's so good to be here with our dear friends of Carnegie Mellon, and we are looking forward to work with them on this project. I'll just make a brief note on what's the eGames Lab project, what we're doing. So this comes from the resilience plan in Portugal. And the main idea was to establish the creative industries cluster that focused primarily on game developing. So gaming is the largest entertainment industry in the world. It tops $200 billion by 2023. But it is also an industry that spills over to many different areas within the creative industries. In Portugal, this is a really fragmented and kind of a small industry with small companies, mostly micro freelancers, some bigger ones. But we haven't been working quite well together yet. So our main goal is to fix that. And to fix that and to leverage investment to reach markets, international market reach. So for that, there's a really important part of R&D that will be implemented within these SMEs. And we'll be working on several topics on the R&D, from artificial intelligence to machine learning, psychology, storytelling, and many others. And one main issue that we want to fix in Portugal is we are very good in producing talents, forming engineers. We have very talented, very good research, not only here, but in many labs in Portugal. But we are not yet very good in retaining talent or making it work for the Portuguese economy. Many are recruited to work remotely. Many just go outside and live there, obviously. So the investment that the country is making, we need to recover it and double it at least. So, since this is a session mostly focused on R&D, within this agenda in particular, we have around 50 positions for postdoc and PhD. But the whole idea is the agenda is an organic, open agenda. So we're not closed in ourselves. Our community is very emotional too. So we're open to incorporating new labs, new ideas, new companies, and generating new processes and new companies. So this weekend I was with our partner from Singapore. He came directly to Madeira Island, where the consortium is based, basically. And he, from January, will be leveraging and raising 20 million euro funds. And this will attract much more in terms of other companies that will work with us, and how many other R&Ds we can, scholarships that we can provide. So we haven't yet started the project, but we are already generating outcomes, and that's a really good thing. Okay. So this is a quick map. We've tried to cope with and work together with several really good brands that we've managed to bring into the project. Amazon with Amazon for Games, but also PlayStation Talent, obviously Carnegie Mellon. We have within our advisory board some good folks from the entertainment center in Pittsburgh. I recall like Jessica Hammer, Bob Kraut, Jeff Kaufman, really good people that we look forward, and we'll be building together a faculty exchange program. But also people all the way back to Singapore, like I was saying, in terms of VC. So we need to leverage the investment that the companies are doing, and so we can take the whole industry in Portugal and make it bigger. We're also in New Zealand with HitLab, like the home of VR. So just a quick metrics. As you can see, there's a really big weight of R&D activities within this agenda. It's about 50%, with taking up a total toll of 20 million, more or less. And the outcomes will be, the deliverables will be around 6 main projects and services that will translate roughly in about at least 14 video game titles launched internationally, but also new IPX, new frameworks for new APIs to be incorporated. So it's not just video games in themselves, it's also a scope, or a set of several tools and frameworks that will be provided to developers at the end. Also, a lot of scientific research and papers to be generated. And at least there's always a preoccupation on IP protection. So trademarks, patents, all the stuff. And we'll be capacitating the SMEs also on that, because many are just focused on developing games. It's really fun, it's really good. But then there's a reality shock. How do you get to a regulated market such as China? What are the blocks, the roadblocks? So it's always, we'll try to help everyone and bring new people too. So when we look forward to again, to work with CMU on these projects and many others. Thank you.
We now welcome Paulo Dimas, VP of Product Innovation at Unbabel.
Hello.
Can I have a quicker? Okay, thank you so much. 7 minutes? Okay, you give me 2? Okay, cool. So yeah, really excited to be here talking for this audience. It's the first time we're going to talk publicly about the Responsible AI Consortium we are creating that Vasco already briefed you about. It's the biggest in the world, so really exciting moment to do that. And so why are we doing this, okay? So first of all, and these are numbers from the European Parliament, we know that AI is going to have a big impact on the world's economic growth. So estimated 1.2% of GDP growth over the next years until 2030. So there's really a big opportunity on AI. Everyone in this room knows about that. But AI has some challenges. And I'm sure that many of you have heard about this story, but I always like to repeat it because this should be top of mind. So when the Google Vision API tried to recognize the object on this image, this is what it gave. So this was about 2-3 years ago, to be fair to Google. I don't know if there's anyone from Google here. You have already fixed this, by the way. But at the time, so this was recognized as a technology, as an electronic device. So guess what was recognized by the Google API at the time on this image here? Anyone wants to guess? Again. Yeah, and some people experimented with changing the skin tone of that guy over there. And when it got to whitish, it changed. It stopped being again. Another example, I always like to do this before these talks. If you go to Google Translate, again, Google, and you ask to translate, the doctor asked the nurse to help the patient, this is always translated as, to Portuguese, to the male doctor asked the female nurse to help the patient. Interesting, right? And yeah, yesterday, this is really, really recent, I went to GPT-3 OpenAI, big investment on large language models funded by Microsoft, $1 billion. I just started typing on GPT-3. Let's see how it is today. Last time we did this was in February. A man is for doctor, as woman is for, want to guess? For nurse, of course. A woman is for nurse, as a man is for doctor. But let me now add a little twist here. Let's start the sentence by saying, a woman is for CEO, as a man is for, could it be secretary? Anyone wants to guess? This is real, okay? So now, GPT-3 shows you a kind of a disclaimer. Amazing. So now they have a layer to try to fix bias. And then it says the implication is that women are just as capable as men when it comes to being CEOs. Let me just reverse this prompt. A man is for CEO as a woman is for, now what? A man is more likely to be successful as a CEO than a woman due to the fact that men are typically more assertive and have greater experience in leadership roles. Okay, this is the disclaimer. Yeah, this is really serious. This is about fairness. That is one of the first pillars of responsible AI that we are addressing in the consortium. Second example, this is about explainability. So this was an experiment. This is not real. This was a bot to help people that had kind of mental issues, that were feeling depressed. And so when the person that was feeling depressed asked the bot if she should kill herself, the answer of the bot, I think you should. It's about empathy in the end, right? Yeah, so that's the second pillar about explainability. The third pillar is about sustainability. So we know that Vasco was mentioning that this cost is reducing now already because of the efficiency of the models, but still there's an arms race for the biggest ever language model on Earth. This is consuming a lot of energy. We have to address this. On the other hand, we have regulation, AI regulation in the European Union. And so EU is moving forward with regulating AI. We need to do that. And there are things that will be unacceptable. We have things that are going to be high risk AI. So there's a kind of a context about regulation happening in the background. And we want to address this regulation part also in the consortium. Transparency obligations. So a chatbot needs to tell that it's a chatbot and it's not a person and so on. So I'm going to skip this and go to the consortium in the end. Okay, so the three pillars that I told you about, fairness, explainability, sustainability, this is like the architecture of the consortium. So at the center, we have the pillars. And then here, in the bottom, you have all the research that we call the research lake. So the idea is to foster research across labs in Portugal, but also at CMU. I'm going to briefly talk about it. That you're going to address main research areas from explainability to privacy to fairness to energy efficiency. And then this rainbow here that we picked as a rainbow because it's inclusive, it's about bringing everyone, all the startups to join us at the time we have 11, are going to bring this research into the market. And in the market, we have representatives from the industry, really, top players in the industry. And so at the bottom, we have 8 research centers. Then we have 11 startups. And then we have the technology takers. FIDSI here is going to play as a technology taker to apply all the research on the fintech industry. And yeah, and at this time, we started conversations with CMU. We're there in September, engaging with key CMU labs that we believe are going to be key for us to move forward, because CMU is, I think, one of the most advanced labs in the world on these areas, and we really want to foster this partnership. We believe it's crucial for us to really have, a step in Pittsburgh. And yeah, so final numbers of the consortium. This is going to be the biggest investment on responsible AI ever. So we hope to position Portugal in the forefront of AI and on responsible AI specifically. 21 AI products, really product focused. We're not going to just write, AI ethics stuff and so on. This is about an impact on the economy. 11 startups, 8 research centers, and 5 industry leaders. Thank you.
We will now have Carlos Siqueira, Business Development Management at Neurospace.
Hi, I'm Carlos Cerqueira, here to present the agenda for Neurospace. Cool. 1957, first satellite in space, Sputnik. Great technology at the time. It didn't do much, but it paved the way for a lot more. 2022, 6,000 satellites in space. This time they do a lot. Earth observation, GPS, autonomous driving, financial transactions. A lot is being done with this infrastructure. 2030, we'll have 100,000 satellites in space. They will enhance a lot of what I just said, and will do things that right now we just think of them as kind of science fiction, like asteroid mining or factories in space or new business that we don't even dream right now. So much that Morgan Stanley has forecast $1 trillion for this new space economy by 2040. But, and there is always a but, a lot of satellites in space have huge benefits, but also some downsides, namely space debris or trash in space. You see in the left the number of trash that is growing, and you see here in the right the number of potential collisions that are already happen, warnings about potential collision, and are really creating an impact on the business. So if you're a satellite operator, this is how you are operating right now. It's just no way to conduct a business. So someone should fix this. It's us, Neurospace. We are creating a software as a service that, in a nutshell, warns satellite operators of a potential collision, tells them which warnings are, let's say, for real and which ones they can ignore because they are false positives, and tells them the best way to maneuver. You just picture using Waze or Google Maps with your car. That's a bit the same for satellite operators. This is just our platform. Let me see if I can point. And if you see here, for instance, for 213 warnings, Neurospace is telling the satellite operator that he or she should just care about 3 and can forget these 210. So that's the power of AI. Now about the project. We'll get 25 million euros to really enhance this area, not only our product, but new capabilities in the area. And of course, it's totally crucial to highlight that we are doing this with the support of the Portuguese academia, namely FCT Nova, Instituto Superior Técnico, and the Universidade de Coimbra, but also an end user like GMV and a sort of support partner like Instituto Pedro Nunes. Just a highlight on the project, we have 5 outputs, 2, 3, and 4, it's really the technical products that we are going to put out there. One is crucial for Portugal and for the Portuguese space strategy because we'll have infrastructure that is essential to collect data on this area. So we'll have a radar infrastructure that is going to be bought with this project. And let's say the output 5, it's really to put Portugal as a key player in creating knowledge in this area. So this is what a paper from the European Commission saying that space traffic management will be key for Europe, and for that we need better data and we need to have autonomy in that data. That's where this agenda fits in totally in an European strategy. As in terms of outputs, we want to be a key player in space traffic management. This is still a new field. There are no clear winners out there, so we want to be known as not only Portugal, but of course Neurospace. We aspire to be world leaders in this market. And I think we can because, I mean, the result is not yet out there. It is still a new field. And of course, we want to create qualified jobs for Portugal, and we also want to help some low-density territories like the region of Coimbra and Pontessor to have better jobs and, let's say, better opportunities. I was just yesterday at Pampilhosa da Serra, a great place. So we're moving there some of our teams, not for permanent, but in short term to help them, these territories to develop better. Just a bit about us. We launched the product in July 22. We already raised VC funding, 3 million euros, and we already are working with satellite operators that have already their satellites onboarded in our platform. The company was founded by Nuno Sebastião, so in a way we are sort of a spin-off of CMU, a spin-off of a spin-off, sort of saying. I'm Carlos Cerqueira. I founded the European Space Incubator in Portugal, and in management still with me, is also with me, Chiara Manfletti, the former president of the Portuguese Space Agency. And then we have great team of bright young engineers and not so young helping us to deliver this awesome product. And okay, I'm ready now to participate in the panel about these 3 new things. Thank you.
So now I think we want a discussion, maybe first amongst the panel members, so, comment on one another. We'll come to comments, questions, and so on elsewhere. But
I think if I may, so John, I will launch a question for all 3 of them to
Good for you.
Well, first of all, thank you. We followed these projects closely, so it's very good to be here. Thank you also for the invitation. One of the challenges that we have, not just in these 3 projects, but actually in the overall number of projects, is the attraction of human resources to actually develop these projects. And the 2 of you actually mentioned the numbers are quite high. If we add up all the projects in the agendas, we do not have enough human resources in Portugal, nor do we have the ability to generate them in our institutions. So what is your approach to deal with this issue in the governance of the projects?
Yeah, I can start. So in our case, we have a small advantage because we work with a lot of software engineers, and software engineers choose that path because they play video games at the beginning. So they have a natural aptitude and they like doing it. They went to college because they liked video games. Obviously, you need to provide conditions for them to foster, and you can do it by partnership with making contact with many good brands, high-profile brands. For instance, in our agenda, we're now in touch with Epic. So Epic is, you probably know, is one responsible for the Unreal Engine, the main gameplay engine for Fortnite and that stuff. And they are with us. They will open a competence center in Portugal, based in Madeira, for training facility for new developers or for existing developers to increase their competence. Obviously, salary plays a high role. This is the main competence, main factor. But there are many things that Portugal can offer. We have a lot of good stuff in terms of weather-wise access, this creativity fostering just going on, and also in our sector, creative industries in Portugal have always been like poor parents. Like culture has always been a kind of a poor parent in terms of grant-wise. So there are many designers, because we also work with people from music, audios, composers, theater that will also take part on the project. So there is this whole community that will benefit from the project. But it's really like in any company, human resources are the main thing. It's the main difficult thing to get, to manage, and to make them really feel cared about. So I'm sure my colleagues have more to say.
Yeah, I think that from our experience, this is always about the challenge that you are putting on the kind of the job market in general. And so what we have seen in the past with Unbabel and how we attract the talent until now, some of the best talent in Portugal and sometimes coming from other geographies, is that people get fascinated by the mission and by the challenge that they have. Okay, and so and that's why I think it's so important to have such a critical mass of talent from research centers, from startups, investing on these key technologies that are the AI technologies of the future, and that will lead to the creation of the next generation of AI products, because that will naturally attract the best talent on AI, because the best people they are not found, they find us. So from our experience when we present Unbabel and when we present the project is starting now, is that we always have some people coming to us, in the end, say, oh yeah, I'm very fascinated by, explainability. I'm very interested in, in your mission. I remember one of the kids that I always call them kids because I'm one of the oldest guys at Unbabel. and he came to talk with me at the pitch we gave at Technical. And he came, and in the end, it was Ricardo Rey, still working with us, of course, 5 years, is doing his PhD. That's also very interesting, something that we do. We make it possible for these brilliant kids to do their PhDs at Unbabel together with academia. And so Ricardo came to talk with me in the end and said, Paulo, you do the two things I love the most in life. So the first is surfing. Okay, and the second is AI. And you combine both, and so I went to start an internship with you, and then since then it continues, and that's our strategy to attract talent. And we hope that with the consortium we can make this even broader. We believe that we can reach international. We can bring talent from abroad that wants to work on these areas that are really challenged, that feel challenged by these AI challenges that are the future.
Okay. Well, we want to save the world and the future of humankind, so that's kind of the mission that we put as a challenge to attract people. We are space environments. This is a now problem, and space right now is a hot topic. It's attracting a lot of people. But of course, that's just the basis. I mean, they can be attracted to space and not necessarily come to neurospace. And as my colleagues here said, it has to be a mix of good conditions as a start, interesting jobs and things to be done that are not boring and can be challenged. It also helps, I think, the fact that we embrace a mix of fully remote company and allow people to be everywhere. And in the end, we'll have to source the talent, not only in the Portuguese universities that are our partners and others, but also outside, and we have to attract people. And we are establishing partnerships with other universities around Europe to attract people let's say, to our company. Of course, everyone is trying to do the same. So in the end, you have to find the right balance and you have to package in a way that people will choose you instead of the others. I mean, I don't certainly have a definitive answer for that, but that's the package that we are putting out there.
Okay, thank you. If I may, I'm going to ask another question to the three of you, which is a bit following the question I asked Vasco Pedro. These projects were designed to promote a higher level to the Portuguese economy. So I understand that you are doing your project in your own network, but how do you see this impact? For instance, if you look at the games, there's already a small gaming industry in the north of continental Portugal, which was not, for instance, integrated in your project. When you look at space, we are now a flying nation, and we do have our own satellites. So how do you engage with the rest of the sector? With AI, I don't know as much, but Paulo can maybe follow up on what Vasco said and say how exactly it's going to be, how can we really grow Portugal based on your really high innovative projects?
Can I start?
Yeah.
Like I said, this is a new market, so there are no clear winners out there. And the entry costs, like other, for instance, areas of the space industries, like launches or other areas, I mean, the entry costs are not that so high. So basically, we have as much chances in that sense as any other player who really presents a product that can satisfy the market needs. Now, timing is essential here. The need is out there, but the market is growing. I think in this case, it will be a mix of timing, of being able to engage with the right customers and especially satellite operators. And we knew here it's important to highlight the partnership we have with the European Space Agency, who in a way is a sort of our partner and anchor customer. And I think a mix of these things will be essential to win in this market. And I just want to add that although we are not a formal partner of the other agenda in the space, we will use them as use case and they will use us our use case. So there will be a cooperation between these two agendas that we really will put us together better.
Yeah, I can add something to that. Yeah, so by design, the consortium is centered on products. So we're talking about 21 products, and we are sure that some of these products will fail, and that's natural. So, but other products can, lead to the creation of the next, unicorns, whatever you call them. And this is about something that we learned about, defining product market fit on a big enough market to then have a big impact in the economy. And we know that, in countries in Europe, for example, Sweden, you have companies like Spotify that, now has a valuation of more than 40 billion. And so why not have that in Portugal? That may be possible if you create the right ecosystem for that to happen. And what is the right ecosystem? And I think this program is very well designed in that respect. It's an ecosystem that goes from fundamental research that really addresses hard problems at the fundamental stage, and then bring that technology, those discoveries to the market, to a real, very hard problem, to solve a very hard problem. And in the consortium architecture, so we have, and this is shared with all the agendas, we have the research centers, two from Porto, one from Coimbra, 4 from Lisbon. Sorry, Lisbon has more than the others, but we are distributed. And all these centers are going to create this game-changing fundamental research that will then be transformed into products by the startups, and then together with the industry leaders. And we are talking about highly innovative companies like Bial, for example, in the pharma industry. So the CEO of Bial, Antonio Portela, is one of the most, the biggest fan of the consortium. It's crazy how that guy is so excited about what we are doing, because he needs to compete with the big pharma in the world. And so together with them bringing their challenges to grow internationally, their AI challenges, we can really create the next generation of AI products that will solve concrete problems in the pharma industry and allow Bial to compete with Pfizer, with Moderna, and with the big players, and make them really, really big. And we as startups really, to grow a lot.
Thank you.
So in our case, like I said, the agenda is totally open. So if you're trying to build a proper ecosystem, we have to take baby steps, and we have to be pragmatic. So our idea is, okay, let's start with the basis. It's like, let's attract more funding and make it available for everyone within Portugal industry. So we have Lisbon, we have Azores and Madeira, and also we will also have the north of Portugal. But this is an ongoing process. It's not something that you can change and do within 1-2 years. It takes long to make like the mind shift. So, and we haven't started the project yet. We haven't spent a dime, and we are already attracting new investment. And those companies from north or from other parts of the country, they will benefit from it. They can apply to those funding that we are bringing in. Also, for instance, Startup Portugal came to us. They are not a formal partner in this project, but they heard about the project. They came to us. We are bringing in right here next year. They're making a 400K investment to bring 28 gaming companies to Beato. So it's just talking about the gaming industry in Portugal is making a snowball effect, and this will benefit all. But you have to work really hard, and it takes time. It's not like everyone criticizes, but not many do. So we try to do.
Shall we open to the floor? Questions?
So let's see if you have
audience?
any questions or comments. Yes, please, come in.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the presentations. I mean, these short 3 years, huge amount of money projects are of course very nice. I mean, we are all looking, I'm working on research, I'm also looking on that. The problem, as was mentioned, one of the problems was mentioned is the fact that we may not have enough manpower to carry them out. So we need to invent something else. But there is, I think, an even bigger problem, which is related to the fact that, science takes time. You cannot accelerate time, accelerate science by simply increasing the amount of money you put on that. And not in all 3 projects, but in some of at least 2 of them, I found questions which certainly requires more than 3 years of research to just start addressing the issue. So I wonder, if it wouldn't be better solution to invest the 3 years to set up the environment to tackle these problems, more than setting up, deadlines and, going to industries and so on and so forth. I don't think that some of the projects, some of the topics you mentioned in the AI could bring disruptive advantages to industries in 3 years. Because we even don't know how we do it with our brain, forget it about implementing artificially. So I wonder if you shouldn't consider more, not the 3 years, but the following years after these 3, what you are going to do.
Yeah.
Comment?
No, you are for sure right. So in our principles of the consortium, the last one is to continue after 2025. So to create the conditions for us to continue investing, researching, and developing products on these domains. That's going to be crucial because this is not achievable only in 3 years. But still, if we really focus, and in our case, all Unbabel is organized around product teams. And product teams everywhere in the world, you can go to Google, Amazon, Microsoft, they are always about a small team of people solving a hard problem. And by that, you can scale fast. And if 3 years looks very short from a research perspective, from a startup perspective, I don't know, 3 years ago, we haven't raised 60 million. We were just, 1/5 of what we are today. And so it's for a startup, is already, enough time to really, develop products and really to validate them on the market. But yeah, we have to look ahead and then continue and create the conditions for this to continue. But at this point, what we want to achieve is really to create a critical mass in these technologies, okay? And that can only be achieved with a lot of funding, and that's why this, I think, it's the opportunity of this, decade.
Any other comments?
In our case, we are some of the companies and projects that we have are from high level TR technical readiness levels for previous projects. So we're just moving it forward and trying to market reach them. But like I said, it all takes baby steps. And for us, it's most important to really change the mind shift in these small companies, really small companies that we have in consortium, that they have to have innovation processes, R&D links, in order to boost their businesses, in order to differentiate themselves, and to go out there, and that will take time. That takes time and a lot of money. So the agenda is good because it brings them the funding and financials and the means that they never would have before. And that if they grow, the whole industry grows, and obviously the R&D around it will grow in proportion. So, but it's an ongoing process.
Carlos, you want to add something?
I just want to add that in our project, the design of the project was based on previous cooperation. We were born only in 2020, but actually born with the support of these universities. Professor Claudia Soares is out there. She's been there with us since the beginning, the same as Técnico and Coimbra University. We already had projects with GMV in the past, and we are incubated at IPN. So we already cooperate in the past. This is a big step in our strategy, and we'll keep cooperating with these universities and partners in the future. So in a way, this is a step on our strategy to have really a full product out there in the market. Already we have version 0, and the ambitions and achievements we all want for these agendas.
Okay.
I think we can have another question.
One question?
So the question I have is part of your research portfolio, fundamental or empirical human behavioral studies that would look at the downstream end, and for example, to try to describe currently or predict into the future the impact of improved translation services on economic growth, on international trade, maybe even on international peace, in terms of, is that part of our research activities? And then likewise with the satellite management, what's going to be the governance situation? Are the individual owners or managers of these satellites going to want to maintain control? Are they going to be willing to submit to like an air traffic controller system that would be informed, et cetera? So that I'm looking at human behavioral studies, especially downstream.
Yeah, regarding translation, that's a great question, and that aligns exactly with the mission of the consortium on responsible AI. 1 year ago, Facebook was facing a lot of criticism because of lack of translation in Ethiopia. I don't know if you are aware, but people killed because of the lack of translation. Because essentially, the moderation teams at Facebook at the time, they were not prepared to deal with content in certain languages that were spoken in Ethiopia. And so it's absolutely essential that all languages are treated equally. And that's what Unbabel is building, is the capacity with machine translation to support that. Because what happened in Ethiopia was that fake news was being spread that were not being moderated, and that led to riots, to people getting killed, and so on. And so I think Facebook is already catching up on that, but it's very much aligned with the mission of Unbabel and of the Responsible AI Consortium to really address that, and to cover all the languages in the planet.
Okay.
Carlos, you want to
Yeah,
add?
I think in our case, the missing element right now is regulation. There are no rules of the road of space yet. They will certainly impact the business, but in a way, we'll have to cope with them. So that's the only answer
I'm
I can give.
looking for PhD students in the area of social and decision sciences, and have them interact with folks. Thank you.
Good input.
Okay. Maybe we'll see if there are 2 or 3 questions,
Yeah.
and then we'll take them together.
That's a good
Is
idea.
there one here? Get the microphone there. Stick your hand up so I can see who else would like
So
to come
since
in.
we had no female speakers, maybe we can have a female person in the audience asking a question.
Okay, so my question can be a bit provocative. It's for Paulo about ethics. Ethics is not my main research, but I like to read about it. So do you think that biased models are always not desirable? Because, for example, on the doctor and the nurse, if most of the users want that translation, it's not desirable that you give it most of the time. So my understanding is that maybe you can be creating a model that is not representing the world. Because the model is biased, because the data is also biased, and the data is representing the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's collect 2 or 3 questions, if we might. The diversity issue, is there? Yes, thank you. A volunteer, yeah. Not a nurse, all right? Okay.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lia Patricio from the University of Porto. And in continuation of this question, I was wondering about responsible AI. In fact, is it AI who is not responsible, or is it just mimicking society that is like that? So connected to that question, I was wondering if we should also have the same way as we have human-computer interaction studies, human AI interaction studies, and bringing in more the social science to this AI. Because AI is just mimicking. And then, is this what we want or not? I think that, I guess that the human AI interaction, I would like to see that more here, especially in this program who has a good tradition on HCI as well.
Other questions? There's one here. Unless I'm, okay, I'll let you speak then, since they're not.
I wanted to ask a question about the spillover effects of many of these agendas. So Miguel already talked about how the agenda is going to attract non-technical people like creative writers, artists, animators.
Yep.
Paulo, you have a long tradition of providing jobs, highly qualified jobs for translators, but I see a big spread of spillover effects in the tourism industry and many others. And I'm not sure about the space, but I'm sure you will find some. And I wanted to ask if you have an idea of what is the order of magnitude of the impact of the agenda on the non-tech job.
Okay, thanks. So let's take, the AI bias, explain a bit all of that first, and then we'll come on. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, of course, all these models reflect society, and society is biased, and but do we want that? Do we want that these services are, just a mirror of all our biases? I'm sure we don't. Minorities don't want to be misrepresented in this type of services, so we need to really address it. Of course, this is a big problem of the current paradigm of deep learning, because deep learning just relies on data. But I think we need to invest on research in this area, on unbiasing the data, so that we can have fair AI services. That's, of course, it's a big challenge. But answering your question, if we really want, in some cases, biased services, yeah, we might want for some cases. For example, we are thinking about, and Vasco was alluding to that, about addressing a big challenge about brain communication from the brain, and about creating, and that connects with creating a language model that will allow an AI system to represent a person with ALS, so that the person with ALS is able to communicate with their family, okay, and with people, yeah. And so, and on that scenario, we will create a language model that will have different biases according to the person that the ALS patient is talking with, okay. So when a person with ALS is engaging with their children, they need to talk with them in a certain way, in a certain biased way. And when they are talking with their partner, they may talk about sex. They may, if they are talking about with their caretaker, it's different. So yeah, we can use bias in certain applications, but in general, in a kind of a generic language model, I don't think we want to have to reflect the bias of society. So regarding the human component, that's something that's at Unbabel. So we have some designers at Unbabel, but that's something that we really lack at Unbabel. And this is great that you mentioned that, because that's an area, namely on explainability, that we want to bring in people from the, from social sciences, from HCI to join us in this consortium. And that's why we are engaging at CMU with the HCI team that Nuno introduced us to. And we want to engage also, of course, with research centers in Portugal that are addressing the human part of explainability, because explainability for us is going to be really, it's the major challenge of AI, because as we all know, these deep learning models, they are like black boxes that don't explain themselves. And so for us to have explainable AI, we need to bring the humans into the design process, of course, and address that challenge.
Okay. Did you want to say anything further? No?
I think, I don't know, there was a third question, but I don't remember.
Anyone want to come back?
No. You mentioned about spillover effects to what areas?
Spill effect.
How many non-tech people are affected? Yeah. So, for example, in this product that we are envisioning, that will allow someone with ALS first, and then this is going to be, of course, used for a broader audience to communicate. We will leverage Unbabel's crowds to play the human-in-the-loop role. Okay. So on AI, on many applications, and namely on large language models that can hallucinate, can create this type of ridiculous situations of discrimination. At this time, we need a human in the loop. And so Unbabel was founded by combining a crowd of humans spread all over the world to help the AI to learn. And so we have impact on people's lives in geographies that go from Vietnam to Latin America to all over the planet because of language.
Yeah, just to pick up what Professor Nuno was talking about, the spill effect on the economy is very important, especially on those more dormant sectors such as culture. We have actors that will work with us, psychologists, designers, people from audiovisuals, and even storytellers, people from theater, because there's a lot of that we can pick up and bring into the video game development, obviously. And we can see, for instance, we have this very talented person who is Pedro Macedo. He's a composer. He's a civil engineer. He works in public administration during the day. And he's a composer by the night for video gaming. He's nominated for the Grammys for best video game track. But he's not employed in Portugal in the sector. That makes no sense because it's his passion, and he really wants to work with us. So it's those kind of opportunities that we want to provide. And we want to, like we were talking before, retain and develop the talent that we have, especially in low-density areas like Alentejo or outermost regions like Azores and Madeira. Like 20 years ago, who would say like companies like Epic would come to Madeira and establish something there? Nobody. Even further, there's this very good story because this is like I was saying, it's step by step. Around 25 years ago, WinZip, you all know WinZip, they came to Madeira to establish their company in the offshore zone. They asked the university to interview top 2 software engineers coming up from the university. They were really impressed. They were really good and made them a job offering. You'll come to California, we'll train you, all paid, you can work remotely. What happened? They rejected the offer. Why? And it was mind-blowing. Remember, it was 25, 30 years ago. Because we rather have a job at public administration and do nothing. It's more secure for us. But nowadays, thank God, the mindset is completely different. It's the other way around. So we're bringing all these companies together, all this investment together.
Okay.
And, it's a generational process.
Any final word?
Well, more probably on the spillover effect. This is rightly a niche market, so there are not, let's say, no creativity or creativity industry to put it, but we do have a strategy for low-density territories that englobes the Central region and Alentejo. We will have infrastructure in Alentejo, and we'll have distributed teams in some places of Coimbra region, Feijão, Pampilhosa da Serra, and other places where just a small team makes a huge impact on the local economy. It might look like baby steps, but for those regions, it's really the beginning of something different.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm conscious we're in Portugal and lunch is very important. That I understand. So we're going to bring this to a close. I'll just make 1 or 2 observations briefly, and then I'll ask Joanna to close the session. I'm going to go back to where we started. You asked about the 3-year project. I tell you from my time when I ran the research funding agency in the UK, I said how surprised I was that it seemed that every scientific challenge worth addressing could be dealt with in just 3 years by a certain quantum of money that was pretty much always the same and 1 postdoc. That was the absolutely typical project, and they were all like that. Okay. You look at it today, it's actually rather different, because one thing that I felt passionately about and colleagues brought into it was there is real strength in diversity. And it applies to funding models, it applies to funding durations, and so on. So having diversity in a system can be really important, and I think we get a sense of that. And then there's the other sense of diversity that we're very conscious of. Even in this room, I look at it, and we're not as diverse as we might be. I thought your examples, well, you got the sense. I mean, they were just so compellingly chosen. Yeah? So thank you for the diversity on funding. And actually, it's something I think Carnegie Mellon Portugal program provides, because it's so different. Both within itself, it has a great diversity, but it brings something different to Portugal, different to ICT, than otherwise would exist. So it's not actually so much of a surprise, but we see some different things coming out of it. That's part of what it has seeded. So I think 3 very different presentations. Thank you very much. But I think you got the sense of that. Thank you for your inputs and conversation. I'm sorry that we couldn't go further. I'm going to go very briefly now onto the AI issue. You've probably got a hint that I quite like to read things. So I'm going to introduce you, probably met an author called Kazuo Ishiguro, a Japanese author, but grew up in the UK, Nobel Prize winner. Brilliant author, writes absolutely beautifully. But one of his less well-known novels is called Clara in the Sun. Clara and the Sun. And Clara is an artificial friend. And some of the prejudices that are in Clara are really emerged through this book. You can take many things from his books, always true, but very interesting that we're seeing those sort of novels now starting to dip into the AI universe, and actually in a very different way, highlight things that are really serious research challenges. This is one of the frontiers of AI research in its own way. So the world is also enriched by diversity in these different perspectives. And I'll leave it there and leave it to Joanna to try and make the best of pulling all that together.
I've been learning so much from you. I'm also going to stand. Well, I'll just take 1 minute. I wanted to thank first the organization for having this session. I think this is very interesting. As you know, I've been following these projects from day -1, so it's really good to actually see them becoming alive. This is a great challenge for, of course, the leaders, but also for the universities and research centers to promote research in these areas. And of course, there will be spillovers. I'm not sure we can measure them in terms of spillover effects in other research areas. I hope maybe EPP will do something around this topic, and in other fields, that's for sure. I'm not sure how we can measure that. That's critical. And I believe that the CMU Portugal can give a great contribution to this challenge of not just research, but also managing. I wanted to just publicly thank Sir John because he's really helping us, guided us through the evaluation process of these projects, and I've really been learning so much from Sir John, so thank you so much. I think in the name of Portugal, we should all thank you, so thank you very much.
Now it's lunch.
We will now
Thank you.
break for the CMU Portugal student poster session and lunch upstairs on the 3rd floor. We will resume at 1:30 p.m. with a roundtable on talent development. A host will be available at the back door to escort you to the 3rd floor.
from Porto.
Hello, everyone. We will now resume the conference with a session on talent development with presentations from CMU Portugal dual degree PhD students and alumni. Please welcome our moderators, Bill Sanders, Dean of the College of Engineering at CMU, and João Magalhães, Professor at FCT Nova, and CMU Portugal students Rudolf Santa Romana, Maria Andrada, Alex Guadio, and alumni Sabina Zinlovich and Susana Brando.
Should we try to start? I'll start. Shall I start?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. So welcome, everyone. If you could, please take your seats. I think we had a wonderful set of talks and panel this morning. We saw from a keynote by an incredibly successful person associated with the program, and we heard from some very successful startups in the morning. And today we're going to hear from some current students and some recent alumni of the program. I'm here with João, my co-host, and we're going to ask the current students to talk about their decision enrolling in the program, the research they've developed so far, and the expectations they have when they finish. For the alumni, we're going to ask them to talk about the research developed during their PhD and the impact it had on their professional careers. So I think with that in mind, we'll go down the line and you can hear from each of them, and then João and I will kick off with a few questions and ask you to ask some questions as well. So would you mind starting?
So good afternoon. My name is Sabina Zinlovich. I finished EC at Instituto Superior Técnico and at Carnegie Mellon, Portugal. So I graduated about 6 years ago, and I'm currently a data scientist at Cloudflare. So I went to the industry, or as they call the other side. So during my thesis, I studied the problem of how certain phenomena propagate through the network, but it was rather theoretical, and it was more like combinatorial problem and observability in the graph networks. So we needed a data set to show that, this could have a practical application. And one data set that was available for these type of problems was propagation of cholera in South Africa. So I got that data set and studied how could I locate the zero case. And so although my work was very easy, but I had to learn lots of state-of-the-art, and so how things propagate, transmission, immunity, susceptibility, and so you can guess where this became very helpful is just to understand the news, which came later on. I did not really do much without it. There was some attempt at that point. I was working in a telecom, like could we study the incidence matrix for the COVID, but that was just the story. But anyway, as far as the impact of my thesis, it went that at the beginning I could understand words like herd immunity, but not much of that was applied in my actual work. So what do I apply in my actual work? I work as a data scientist, and to be honest, when I started this PhD, I really did not know much about machine learning. So when we came to CMU, everybody was talking about this like super hard, super demanding, but super interesting course, machine learning. And we all went to do it. Not because we had the passion for machine learning, it was just because of, I would say, the fame, and that's how, at least I kind of learned to love it. So what do I actually apply in my industry job? So it's more this like line of thinking. You come to a company, you have this hard problem, like you have no idea how to solve it, but then like you went through the drill in your PhD, you have a hard problem, you look at it from all perspectives, like what is the state of the art, you study state of the art, you try different techniques, you state your assumptions, you figure out a way, can you improve it? You find out the metric, like how do I measure my success? You report what you can do and what you can do and what are the future steps. And surprisingly, this very much is helpful in industry, and it's not present. It's like it's not common thinking. When you suggest this line of thought, it's not, as it's like that, it's obvious, but it really, really helps. So I would say from my PhD, it's more the resilience, the act of like, okay, I have a hard problem, but I've encountered it before, I can handle it, rather than maybe, oh, this specific theorem from graph theory was super helpful. Now, in terms of, okay, this is once you have a job, but like, can PhD help you get a job? So when you look at these job ads, you have all these sort of soft skills like, can you work in an adaptive environment? And during this dual degree PhD, especially if you're neither American nor Portuguese initially, you get like bounced around. First you come to one institution, then you come another, then you go back. And so you are super resilient. You can work adaptively. Now, can you manage multiple stakeholders? And then you think you had 2 PhD advisors, each one with their own vision. And then obviously you have your vision and like, how can you bring them together to converge to a mutual goal, which is basically your goal, get a nice thesis. So yeah, you can work with multiple stakeholders. How about working in international environment? Yeah, I mean, you see all sorts of different research groups, different students. So yeah, you can check that on the list as well. And then they ask you, can you work like hybrid, remotely? And you say, well, I've collaborated with at least one of my advisors at some point in time remotely. They were never at the same place. And so you're like, you did remote work before it was popular. So I guess just going through PhD gets you to check all the boxes on that, like, I don't know, soft skills, diverse, adaptive. And now all that being positive, you come to a part, okay, but can you land the job? Like, does having CMU Portugal degree on your CV makes it shine? And I hate to say this, in Portugal, it does not. I mean, it's not because of CMU Portugal, it's for companies. So I'm not talking about in companies, like it's not always obvious to people that having a PhD is a plus in a company. So it's not CMU Portugal, but these things are getting much better. But what it does help is that you have people from CMU Portugal already in the companies, and they made a positive mark. So number one, people now, oh, like we have another one of your colleagues working there, he's doing quite well, you could do well. And even better, that person recommends you, puts your CV on top of the list. And so that's how I got into NOSH, like as a data scientist. That's how I'm teaching machine learning at Nova. And although that didn't help me get the current job that I have, it sort of accumulatively led to where I currently work. So yeah, but on a positive note, I think things are getting better. The limited perspective of industry in Portugal. So yeah, that would be my response.
Thank you. Thank you. So now, Susan, would you like to share your views as well?
Well, I would like to build on what Sabina was mentioning about what you learn in the PhD. It's much more than what you apply. Okay, in my case, I was actually working with the computer vision and machine learning. So lots of the things that I've learned and I've developed and the reasoning I developed during my PhD, I directly apply. So for me, it's probably more easy to showcase that I am an expert or that I know what I'm talking about because I actually have a PhD from Carnegie Mellon that tells, like, yeah, this person knows what she's talking about. My experience probably here is a bit different from Sabina because people actually recognize that I have a PhD from a good institution that knows about machine learning, and I did work in machine learning. And so they see me as an expert in my field. And I've also always felt in all the companies where I've worked that this was valuable. So I probably we crossed in one of the companies. We worked in the same company before in telco, but I've also worked in other companies, and I always felt valued from my background. Building on top of this, I think that the CMU Portugal program also has a big advantage, probably compared with other programs in Portugal, which is the breadth of courses that you get to learn at Carnegie Mellon. So at Carnegie Mellon, I took 8 courses. I got to learn very different subjects from signal processing, from like control, which was not in my background because I came from physics. I got to learn machine learning. I got to learn AI. I got to learn optimization. I took I don't know how many courses in optimization, and all these things that I've learned, I was able to apply in the different jobs that I had. So when I left PhD, I did not even went to work into data science nor machine learning. Although I was working with robots and with object recognition, when I left there, I went to work in optimization. Because during my PhD, I learned a lot about optimization, and I was seen also in the market as someone that knew about that. So I think that this is also very interesting. It's not only what you learn and the skills and the soft skills that Sabina was mentioning, but the CMU Portugal program also offers you this opportunity of learning with some of the best and brightest minds, not only in Portugal, but at Carnegie Mellon. This is, I think it's very, I think I've always felt that this was recognized, and I think this is also what brings more a shiny flavor to my CV. And so I think this is one of the most important things. The other thing that I always like to mention about the CMU Portugal program, which I think it's again different from, for example, if I had just gone to do a PhD at Carnegie Mellon or at any other university, is that it also helped me to create a network in Portugal. And I always refer this because I think this is very important. When you want to continue your career in a given place, it's important to have their connections. Like Sabina was mentioning, either you like it or not, having a friend that recommends you or like puts your CV, like, oh, this person knows about this. This is important. And so it was also important for me in that sense that, okay, so I did my PhD here, and it was easier for me to continue developing my professional career in Portugal. So I think this is also very important from the program.
So thanks a lot, Susanna, for your view. So both of you already finished some time ago, but you, Alex, you're about to finish, right? So what's the outlook? So what are your plans, what you envision for you that was in a way leveraged by the dual degree that you're about to finish?
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Thank you also. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to be here and speak in front of everyone. I think in a talent development panel, it's very interesting to see an audience mixed of many professors and also people like myself. That makes kind of the discussion of talent development an interesting one, because I feel like the story that might be most useful is the personal one. I think in terms of my outlook, moving forward, I know in terms of my outlook moving forward, the program has vastly widened my net in some very interesting ways. Before coming to CMU and now also University of Porto, I was a data scientist in New York City for 7 years. And before that, I studied music in undergrad. And one of the reasons why I transitioned into a PhD, a little bit was due to the glass ceiling that I was kind of struggling with. But at the same time, I was kind of the top of, I was working in a marketing company and I had a great job making tons of money. I was actually running a team and hired somebody from CMU who wrote my recommendation letter. And now he's the vice president at 2 Sigma, so he's doing very well. And I think that the opportunity here was driven in part by this desire to keep doing research and to not, focus so much on selling handbags that my sister doesn't need to buy. And now that I'm almost finished with my PhD, I've kind of widened into many different areas. One is the medical domain, which is a very difficult field. It's basically impossible to get into the medical domain, at least in my small experience, without a PhD or some kind of graduate level thing. And so I'm very grateful to have this opportunity now, because moving forward, I have so many options. I chose to take a postdoc next year at Johns Hopkins to work on stethoscopes, which is very exciting. And I also, simultaneously to this and independently of my PhD focus, started a project with some people at the University of Porto and also in Denmark. And we have a patent, and we're planning a second patent. So there's a lot of interesting options, way more than I would have expected. And that's kind of the tip. I can keep going. All of these are really thanks to the opportunities that have been made available to me here, the double network feature between CMU and Portugal, and also access to the wider European kind of networks. I am going back to the United States, though, because I miss my extended family and have children. But yeah, that's a little bit, I don't want to talk too much, so that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so now, Maria, you're in a very different phase. So you're at the beginning, right?
Yes.
So what made you decide to enroll in the CMU Portugal program? So what skills, what dreams pushed you into this adventure?
Well, hello everyone. I've always wanted to work in research, and so after I finished my master's in robotics, I've got this job at the University of Coimbra to continue doing robotics, especially that is impactful. We're working in forestry robotics to try and at least help bushfire, the lower amount of bushfires. So we're trying to develop autonomous solutions for that. And I was very interested in being able to do anything that I believe is helpful to the society, let's say, to the environment. And the project was ending, and I was thinking of doing a PhD to continue my research. And the CMU Portugal had just started an affiliated PhD. So in my case, I'm not a dual degree as these people finish. So they do a 2 or 3 years in Portugal and 2 in CMU. I've only do a 1 year as a visiting scholar at CMU. And one of the reasons that it definitely attracted me was being at Carnegie Mellon, the name, the collaboration, the fact that it is a esteemed university that I can definitely work with peers that are very connected and very well, has a lot of knowledge in, especially my area, which is artificial perception. Here, the University of Coimbra has a lot of forest robotics, but it's still growing. And so being able to go for a year in one of the most esteemed universities was definitely one of the pluses that made me apply to this program. The second one was definitely the collaboration. I've actually lived everywhere in the world. I lived in the US before. I did my bachelor's there, then I did my master's in Italy and Spain. So I have a little bit of experience in adaptation, and I definitely thrive for it, and I enjoy it. And the fact that I could spend another year away and then go to another country, that definitely helped my decision to go to CMU Portugal in this case.
Okay. So it's interesting because I've had some students which decided I do not want the dual degree, but this is more convenient because they do not want to travel for so long. So it's a very interesting feedback that you're giving us. And so now to close the first round, Rudolf. So you also have a very different story. Would you like to share it with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a 4th year PhD candidate at the CMU Portugal program in the Department of Engineering and Public Policy. And I guess a little bit about me I could describe as my motivations for my research and how that aligns, I think, with the CMU Portugal program. My motivations are looking at decarbonizing the energy sector, but not so much looking at engineering technologies, but looking about how these technologies fit into the current socio-technical regime. So how do we deploy technologies under the constraints of governments and other stakeholders today? And this research is fitting in the, let's say, the construct of my thesis committee, because they all come from different backgrounds, and they all come from different geographic locations, which has allowed me to look at the problem through different perspectives and really refine the challenges in order to more concisely explain what the issues that we face are. As an engineer, I'm often wedded to methods, and so taking a step back and understanding motivations and what the true problems are has been a very key contribution that my committee has given to me. And in terms of another value that the CMU Portugal program has given me is, I would echo the sentiments of the rest of the panel. It's prepared me to work in a multicultural, multi-geographic environment before we were required to over the past couple of years. I have a thesis committee member here, 2 in Pittsburgh, 1 in Canada, and 1 based in Brussels. But we didn't miss a beat throughout the entire last 2 years. So it's really taught me the soft skills as well as pushed me to refine my research in a way that will make it more impactful to answer the questions that I want to answer.
So thank you, Rudolph, and thanks to all of you for sort of giving a little background to get us started. And I'll say to all of you in the audience, we're going to ask you to jump in and ask questions and give comments as well in a minute, but I'll start out with one of them. I would say that while at CMU, it's been very, very common for students in technology and engineering to go on and work in industry after their PhDs. I've heard, and you can tell me if it's correct, but I've heard that in Portugal, this was less common, that getting a PhD at a Portuguese university traditionally probably meant likely that you would go on and become a professor yourselves. And I think you're, for those of you who have graduated, and I can tell from those of you who are still in the program, you're really poised to make big impact in a new way, whether it's working in a company, whether it's a startup, or Susanna, as you, working in a company, but still have some affiliation to a university. So could you talk about the economy and the role of PhDs, any of you who wishes, in industry and in startups, and really how the program has prepared you for that? So who would like to start?
I can start. So even when I started, that my objective was never to continue on doing research. So for me, PhD was a treat that I was offering myself. So I had been working before, and I thought that working was a bit boring. So I went to do a PhD. So it was never my objective. And I already knew examples of people that had PhDs and then would go back to industry. But it was true that it was not that common. I think that nowadays, especially when you have fields such as data science, it has really changed the way that companies also hire. So in data science, we can have people that have PhDs in very different backgrounds. So I had colleagues from biology, I have colleagues from civil engineering, and what you bring, it's a bit like Sabina was saying, like you get what you bring with a PhD to a company is the problem-solving skills. It's the ability of tackling a problem, of solving it. And you already have at least the capacity of thinking by hypothesis-driven thinking, you know, a little bit of math, enough to handle most of the problems. So I think that nowadays also the paradigm has shifted, but due to the field that it's growing, okay? So I don't think and I think that these fields value the PhDs, but I'm not sure that this happens in other fields, okay? So for example, if you go to physics, okay, so some physics go to data science, but it's not so easy, the shift, or it's not, you still don't have a market for PhDs in physics in the industry. So it has been changing, but it has been changing due to the field that it's growing and not to the change in the industry sector itself. So this is one of them. So in terms of I still have some connections. So in fact, although I didn't want to be a professor, I still teach, as Sabina also does. So I still get to teach, but I see it more as something that I do on the side, or something that I do as a hobby, than less as something that I think it's like a purpose that I wanted to do from the beginning.
But I can continue, like both of us during the work in the company, we sometimes have work of supervising a master thesis. Yes. That's like really, let's say, lower level research, but it is. So people come from academic, from FCT as well, and they would like to have access to the real data, real problems. And so there is this sort of link between industry and academia through the works and of the master students. So that's happening in many of the companies nowadays as well.
Thank you. And for those of you who are about to graduate, what's your perspective on this? The value of PhDs in industry, what your plans are? Would you like to start?
Sure. I have a backwards perspective because I worked first and then went to school.
That's true.
And I was, I would say maybe 2012 was the start of data science, kind of as it was rising, 2011. And that's right when I started my career. So I rode that wave of becoming one of the first data scientists in industry as the term was becoming a term. I think people had been doing it forever. It's not like it's a new field, but the name is a new name in a way. And I feel that having a PhD now is sometimes helpful and sometimes people don't care. And it depends, right? I think it depends on the audience you're talking to. If you're talking to investors, you know, they like to see the CV items and, you know, they'll put money towards you. They'll give you money if you have a good looking CV. If you come from an Amazon or a Google and you have CMU on your resume, you're like, great, right? But I think for a lot of other people, and that's a generalization, not always true, right? A lot of people don't care, especially in young startups where they just need engineers with a lot of industry and programming experience. But even then, the tools of a PhD student are very, very similar to the tools of creating a startup. And I know the prompt was about startups specifically, and so I'm targeting this because the answer is very different, in my opinion, for medium companies and big tech companies. But I feel like in a startup, you're doing market research, you're running experiments to try to find who's going to take who's taking the bids. And then you're trying to redefine the problem, the business problem that you're trying to solve. And once you find something that takes traction, then you roll with it and build out a company. And the tools of a PhD student, as I've experienced them, are very similar. There's this, there aren't predefined problems, and the task is to define them and then develop them and pursue the ones that have the most traction. So PhD is almost like training for a startup in a very funny way, in my backwards experience.
No, thank you. Maria, Rudolph, do you want to comment or?
Well, I can definitely expand on what he said, because the 2 years that I've done research was actually at a startup in Portugal in collaboration with the university. And I felt a little bit that sometimes a little bit more, we have to focus on the goal now. And the PhD gives you a full main goal that you can break it down to smaller goals. And I believe that sometimes it's what I felt in the startup, that is what is missing. We have we have to fix this today, instead of let's try to understand the problem behind it before we try to have a smaller fix. And I believe that's what also the PhD provides us, is to be able to understand that this table is wobbly, not let's just put something below it to make it stop being wobbly. Why is it wobbly? How can we fix that so we can address the bigger question? And I believe the PhD always tries to provide that.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I, similarly to Alex, worked for 3 years before I went back to get my master's in a completely different industry, but I decided I wanted to impact the things I was interested in and work on problems I was interested in, which led me to get a master's. And after my master's, I also worked here in Portugal. I did my master's actually here in Lisbon, and I worked at EDP Renováveis, and before going to do my PhD. And at every instance, I always wanted to work on problems that I thought were the true problems to be solved in my personal values. And when I started a PhD, I didn't think that research was going to be my future career path, but it has definitely become a possibility to me, so that I could continue to work on those problems. If somewhere in industry I can find an organization that aligns with me and will allow me to pursue those research interests, then I would consider doing that. And I'm at the stage now where I'm really thinking about this in a lot of depth. But staying within academia has definitely become something I think that could give me a lot of value and an industry or a sector that I could provide value to. So it's grown on me in terms of what I'm considering after finishing.
No, that's great. And in fact, I think pursuing a PhD and the kind of PhD in this program where you have this very practical experience gives you those kind of options, right? And I think those would be very valued even in academia. Joao, do you want to ask a question or should we open it up?
I have just one question before moving on to the audience. So the question is, how do you feel that the CMU Portugal ecosystem contributed to the quality of your research? So how was the quality affected by this diversity, by this ecosystem of talking to different students, different researchers? So would you like to add to this? So who
I can, it's very pertinent, I guess, to where I'm at right now. And I would just like to reiterate that the diversity of perspectives has really contributed a lot to developing my work. As I mentioned earlier, I tend to look at things from a technology push standpoint, but my advisors and the connections with whom they've put me in contact with have allowed me to look at things from a market side, which is inevitably critical in order to make an impactful decision or solution.
I would add to that, I think being in 2 countries doubles your network, not just within the individual institutions, but also within the regions. And I think looking at the collaborations that I have now and the people I meet with on a weekly basis, it's very nice to have that experience, you know, working on your Google Calendar, trying to manage 4 time zones for 3 times a week. So it's definitely enhanced diversity of and access to many kinds of people. And I feel like access to diversity almost always improves at least the potential quality of the work, right? And I have greatly benefited. From that.
I can add, so when we were at CMU, obviously you're exposed to so many different people, so many different experts, like people from your research groups are the experts. But one good thing when you were there as a CMU Portugal, like we had our own CMU Portugal community. So however the big world was out there at CMU and you got to meet, you also had this, like your own network. You had like CMU Portugal group behind you. And so it's very good to have all that diversity, but CMU Portugal, at least at CMU, gave us a sense, okay, yeah, we are not there alone. We represent a small community there as well. And it's those connections from the CMU Portugal that also helped you prepare for the mock exam, they help you like understand, okay, which course is good to take. So when you got started, you didn't start from zero. Like you had a network of the CMU Portugal students there to guide you with the advice, like, oh, this is a good course to take, or don't take that course, or something like that.
And I also like to point out, like, at least in my experience, the different ways that, or different aspects of research that are valued. Probably it was more my personal experience, but I was pushed in very different directions from the CMU side and from the Portugal side. For example, I felt at CMU they push so much on communication level, which is really good, which was something that I was really lacking. And I really like that. I think it's one of the things that, like, from besides all the technical aspects and all, but the way they take communication, the way they look at details, the way that at CMU these things are seen, it's very different from the way that in Portugal things are done. And this was really, really important for me, especially because it was something that I really needed to grow. So I think this was really nice. And in Portugal side, I felt that I was more pushed on the more theoretical, more like fundamentals, or more on, and it was also very interesting. Probably I was more aligned with that a priori, but it was also very good to have also that counterbalance. So it was really, I think it's this just to be pragmatic with what we are talking about, these two different perspectives, this was my experience. And I think having all these like vectors pushing you in different directions just made me, well, it's not that I'm going to say that my PhD was better, I'm not going to say that, but at least I've grown a lot. And then I would not have the opportunity of growing if I did not have this opportunity.
I haven't gone to CMU yet. I'll be going next year.
Okay.
So I can speak about the experience at CMU. I can talk about the experience of having different supervisors. One from CMU is definitely a different environment and a different perspective, as they mentioned, of having one from CMU and then one from the University of Coimbra.
Okay. Should we open it up?
Yeah.
So it's now your turn. And please go ahead and get started. I think they might bring a mic. Yep, a mic's coming your way.
This is really wonderful. I really loved listening to the five of you. And I'm reflecting because I'm Portuguese as well, and but I did my PhD a few years ago. In a very different environment. And the question I have is the following. When I went to graduate school in Edinburgh, the expectations, generally speaking, were for that people would become academics. PhD was training to be a professor. I'm listening to all of you. None of you seems to be training to be a professor, as far as I know. And I'm kind of very curious about how you're thinking about the difference when you enter a PhD program, what you're seeking to obtain. And you gave some explanations about how you apply your skills, research skills in industry, for example. But there's something different here, which is a very different model of what it is to have an intellectually strong career, a kind of creative career that is very different from when I was growing up, right? And I'm trying to get some perspective of how this particular program has helped you create an identity that is quite different from the typical one that one sees the traditional PhD.
Who wants to start?
Go ahead.
Thank you for that question about how we see ourselves in terms of our identities moving forward. And I have studied this a little bit, and I agree with you. Right back in even not too long ago, I think maybe somebody correct me, maybe in about 2000 in the biomedical field, there was a call for more PhD students, and the field opened up, and now there are too many PhD students in a way. And we see a natural exodus from academia towards industry of PhDs, and I think that can be explained in part due to this influx of PhDs. In terms of my personal interests, I want to be a professor. I really do. The reason why I went into the PhD is because I want to play. But I'm a realist, and I know that it's very hard to get into the kind of thing I'm after. I wanted to play, and I wanted to create, still do, a particular kind of research lab and research environment. And I actually had started a startup, started a nonprofit to try to do this, and I was very successful, and it wasn't exactly right, so I came here. But I feel like the realist part of me knows that I have to play the game a little. I can't just it's almost like naive to say that I'm going to become a professor, because the chances and the realities of it being the right kind of path, satisfying my life needs, which are to be sufficiently close to my parents, with the other realities of life where a friend might say, hey, I got this really good idea, and I've had these irons and too many fires, right? And those might pull me, and that might be okay. I might go for those. I'm just not willing to pull my irons out of the fires that I have been cultivating for years. But that said, all of my closest friends I've ever had in my entire life, for some reason, they've told me that every single one of them, before I had any thought of becoming a professor, always have said, Alex, you're going to become a professor one day. I'm like, no, I'm not. I remember starting in high school, and So yeah, I would love to be a professor. Really, it speaks to me in some ways. But there's also another side. That I haven't mentioned yet. There's a structural problem with academia that I see, and I think there's this concept of. I see a lot of heads nodding, and I don't know why they're nodding. So people can have their own opinions. Because I might go on the. I might. Yeah. I might have different ones. But some of the structural inefficiencies I see are, we've have this almost like the academia is historically an ivory tower of sorts, right? It's a bastion of knowledge. We put our things and we put them on the shelf, and that's a really good thing. Actually, it's a really good thing. That should never go away. But at the same time, now I feel like there's so much. I don't know. Maybe this is just me. There's so much opportunity to do a better job of taking this research and putting it in the world and transitioning it into the real world. And I've been working with a licensing office, a tech transfer office, and it just compared to my experiences in industry, it's really clunky. It doesn't work as well. It works, but it doesn't work as well. And I feel like when we look at incentives as professors, right, there's almost no incentive for a professor, especially a young one. A tenured one is a different story. But a young professor has almost no incentive to start up a company or to be involved in this, right? You're focused on paper trail, publications, you got to do the teaching thing, and that takes a lot of time to start up, all of these little tasks. And then the fact that at least in my limited experience, the funding mainly comes from government sources, right? There's no incentive to have conflict of interest with companies, never mind startups. Everybody tells me it's suicide. It's suicide if you want to be a professor. But yet, at the same time, there are really good examples of this working extremely well. This guy Samuel Schmidt in Denmark, who I've been working with, is a tenured professor, extremely successful, and he has 3 startups. 2 of them IPO'd. That means they went public and were very successful. And but he's kind of this unicorn in the academic, and his research is also great. It's very inspiring. So I feel like there are ways to do this. The incentives within the United States, I don't understand them yet, but they need to. I'm sensing that they need to change, and they are changing because my generation is, as you brought out, one of you in the audience mentioned, my generation of maybe the next professors, right, are these people who are straddling, they're bridging worlds. They're not just university, they're university and med school, or they're not just university, they're university and industry. So that's my 2 cents. Somebody who nodded, Sabrina, please.
Thanks, Alex.
I would just first, I would just like to say that we still teach. We are professors, we are invited professors. So while being in the industry, we are still invited, and at least with the CMU Portugal program, we are seen as, although in the industry, we are good enough to teach. So that's still a good thing. And so this is just to take that part of being a professor, not being in terms, I will not comment on the whole research path of professorship path in Portugal. I think that's no point of going there. You know it. It's not why would I care to go through there when I can go to a company where I'm valued and people like me. I don't have to thank for the opportunity of working, which is usually what happens in Portugal in academia. So I'm working in a nice place, so I'm fine. And I just wanted to say that we still manage, for example, master students, for example. Okay, so I'm not orienting PhDs. Probably one day I will, but now I'm not. And I can say that when I interact with professors, I don't see them in this pedestal that they are so great, that I'm not contributing actively and I'm not teaching them also. I see usually when I'm orienting a master student, I see my relation with the other professor as an equal, where we are both teaching each other. So I don't see any downsides on not going through the, actually I only see upsides, to be honest, especially at the end of the month. So,
I guess it's no longer like a binary choice. Do you want to do industry or academia? As if they're totally two disjoint. I mean, in larger economies like US, you have plenty of research labs. So where do they belong? They're applied research. And even like in Portugal, you have that. And I guess it's not a choice nowadays that you're like, okay, I want to be a professor and never again touch industry. I see, at least from our social circle, people going back and, well, not as much going back and forth, depending also on the area. But you see professors who really want to have ties with the industry. This is where like the interesting problems come, not to mention the funding or the data or something. And you have companies who want to leverage on the knowledge of the academia. And so you have all these like gray areas in between. I guess nowadays, it's less of a burden to make that choice. Like it doesn't have to be a binary choice set for life. There are plenty of ways to do research, even if you are in industry or applied research, or you have people also dealing with the companies. I think it's easier now. And now, at least in CMU, we've seen examples, all the people like going to the industry or not going to the industry. It's not that we sort of, invented it. It was like many generations before us at CMU did go for industry at that point, but, you never know what can happen next.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
So we would like to give the opportunity to the audience to ask one more question or two. It depends on the...
Who would like to go? Don't be shy. Please, go ahead. There's a mic.
Was really interesting. I wanted to raise this issue of, being an academic with respect to being in industries. Now, one point which I think is important to consider in this is the kind of environment you work with. In academia, you have the chance to work with young people, and it's a source of new ideas there. At least to me, I am an academic. I also had a startup a few years ago, but I consider myself mostly an academic. And I think that it is important to see how much you like to work with young people somehow. If you want to be an academic with respect to, when you work in an industry, which usually your colleagues are, your own age or even older, So I wonder if this, I see someone shaking the head. Okay, so I would like to have a comment from you. So it's not only yourself, it's the environment you work with, the kind of place you like.
I can just, then I can pass, but my experience is that in companies, people are younger. Okay, so just to make this clear. And I can also say that when I go to when I enter the office in my company, I have the walls written and filled with equations. So I don't feel like I work with, my colleagues are young, they are filled with ideas, they go to the board and they still
if you are an academic, you work with students, with people who like to, have a push to learn new things. While if you are in a company, you work with people which may have also this as an objective, but it's mostly, be successful somehow.
It's creating impact. It's the difference. It's the way that you are creating impact. Like in a company, people are also very focused. It's on creating impact through value that they are bringing to the customers. And this is what I see. And okay, probably not on the theoretical side, not on the research side, but I think that the need of creating an impact, it's the same in both, in different ways, but I always feel people that are very eager to have, it's not to be successful, it's to create impact, to change.
But also companies don't always hire seniors, they're always juniors. I mean, for a person to become senior, they have to enter as a junior. And so there is plenty of mentoring opportunity, and it's the juniors who ask you a bunch of questions every day, like, how do I do this? I don't like the way you do it. Let's make it simpler. That they also push you to think and challenge your knowledge. So yeah, there are juniors in the company. They still hire them.
It's more a human resources policy kind of thing in companies. So one more final question from the audience? So just to remove the pressure, it doesn't need to be the last question. Can be the one before the last.
Okay, in the back.
Hi. My question is regarding the way that when you work with the companies, you are more closer to the final user of your product, if that's something that you leverage also from your network within the companies, and how we interact with the universities. So we are closer to the end user, right? When you are in a company working, than when you are in the academia, because the user is a different person. How you deal with that, and how you leverage the knowledge that you acquired during the program.
So maybe the question is,
very good question.
What did the participation in a program teach you about being able to have this impact, I think, as you talked about with the end user? Is there something particular about the kind of things in the program?
Well, my advisor in CMU was all about creating impact, so I kind of biased, so I'll just pass this. So Manuela was very, like, it's like about making an impact and like having things working, and like even if it's not the end result, like, you should always go and have something working in the end. So I'm biased. Sabina?
Well, I don't know, a large, let's say, problem of my PhD was actually finding a problem that I wanted to solve and that I could solve. So it was a tiny overlap. And so in a company, that part, like finding a problem is there, it's from the end user. So I mean, that part is actually sort of simplifying of you trying to come up with a meaningful yet solvable problem. But yeah, you have a problem from the end user, but you still have to formulate a way to solve it. So yeah, and that's where all this talk of, you know, knowing the way of thinking, critical thinking, and all the skills come into place. But getting the problem already sort of predefined from a user, that kind of simplifies the part.
Yeah. If I could add to that as well, the idea of doing research that won't be implemented kind of feels a little bit like a loss. And so your question is definitely one of the criteria, I would say, that I'm considering in my personal decision of what to do after I graduate. Because if I do some amazing research work, but it never sees actual implementation, like you might see in the industry where a user gives you a problem to work on, you know, what's more valuable, working on a problem that you think is important or a problem that will get implemented? So I don't have an answer to that question. I would say it's just one of the objectives in my criteria analysis on how to think of the problem. And also to go back to thinking about the environments that you'll work in is another criterion that is now being included in my decision analysis of what to do. Something I hadn't considered in much detail before, because I do consider myself as still a young person, but in the future, I would definitely love to work in an environment where that freedom of thought is still widely encouraged. And so I don't have an answer of preference toward one or the other, but it's two important objectives to achieve and that I'm considering.
Thanks, Rudolph. Maria or Alex, do you want to, either or both of you, have the last word? And then we're going to wrap up this panel. Or you both can have the last word.
I would say that academia does research, and it's very good at research. Industry does industry research, which can be very good. And it also mainly does applied things. So I'm sorry, I'm answering this question. I don't know if I'm supposed to be wrapping up something somehow.
No, okay. Answer the question.
So I think the difference there is very subtle in a way, right? If you want the research, you can build it in the industry where the research you do is motivated by the need to make money, and in academia, it's not. I mean, it's not motivated so much by a need to make money.
Maria, or no?
For me, I've always been interested in going to research and development in industry. That's why one of my dissertation is based on what I believe are industry problems that I would like to be implemented outside the academia, but I also agree with them that this bridge between, it's not binary anymore. I think that it's very important for us to continue having this collaboration between both of them. So I would never discard and say that it would just be industry. I would say that it's always going to be an invitation to help students to see their other options and feed this curiosity that we see more in the students now, especially now because they are demanding more and more level of education. So I believe that, as they mentioned, that having both are very important, and we shouldn't have, let's say, a fight in between of them. We just accept all of them are important.
All right. Well, I think we need to wrap up now. Do you want to wrap up? Or, well, I'll just say thank you to all of you for sharing your insights for us. And thanks to the audience. I think you pointed out that there are many ways to make impact. And as you said, it's not a binary choice. And I believe this program, with really the flexibility it has helped with that. So thank you very much. And we'll close the session.
The next panel, Improving Machine Learning and Applications in Healthcare, will be moderated by Jody Forlisi, Professor in Computer Science and HCII at CMU, and João Paulo Cunha, CMU Portugal Program Scientific Director and Professor at Field.
Não estou isso. O Miguel
vai fazer a
parte técnica.
Não, na verdade, o Miguel está presente. Eu vou fazer a apresentação toda,
Ok.
mas o
Fica
Miguel é a pessoa que vem do Nas laboratório do perguntas, depois ISR. pode, ok. Portanto, nas perguntas pode ser Tá bem, preciso, estava a também tentar faz perceber como é que os
como é que ia-
patches.
como é que ia
Na
gerir
verdade,
aqui.
quem percebe da tecnologia
Eu percebo.
é que o Miguel.
Muito bem, ok.
Eu é só mais a conversa. Eu é a empresa, não é?
I'll take care of a team and I'll take care of the other. No problem. Okay. Nuno, Head of Data Science Lab.
Yeah, Miguel.
Vou dizer ao Nuno. Eu digo-lhe presente, basta Head of the Data Science Lab da
Sim, do Instituto.
Ok. 15 minutos também.
Está bem.
E eu,
Bastante,
eu 2 minutos eu te mostro uma coisinha.
Está bem.
Tá?
We will now begin the panel, Improving Machine Learning and Applications in Healthcare.
Can I have? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome to the MedTech session. There's a long name, but you already heard it, so we don't need to say that. So it's a pleasure to be here. I will talk slower to see if it's a pleasure to be here with Jody, moderating here the session. We will have 3 presentations, 15 minutes each, please. And so the first presentation is on the WOW project, biomonitoring, stickers, and smart bed architecture. So we have with us Margarida Neri from Glint to present this project. Thank you, Margarida.
Okay, so hi everyone. So I'm going to present to you this project that's main goal is to go to untethered patients. So if I do this, it's going. Okay. So just a wrap up. In this project, this solution is being developed by a consortium. I'm representing Glint, but we're working with ISR, the University of Coimbra, the hospitals of the University of Coimbra, and also with Carnegie Mellon. So our main goal is to have a wireless biomonitoring of patients, to have the centralized data collection, processing, and transmission, and we are now doing clinical trials to make sure that everything is working correctly and that we have the solution we're aiming for. So for the project approach, we have 4 main modules, if we can put it this way. So first of all, we have the biomonitoring stickers that's doing the data acquisition for patients. We have as many biostickers has patients that we want to monitor. And here we are acquiring vital signs that are going to be transmitted through a smart bed. Here we have, for each patient bed, we have a smart box. And this smart box, they receive the information from each biosticker. This gives mobility to the patients. And then through the smart gateway, that's the interface, then all this data acquisition, all these vital signs are shown using the Glint software to physicians. And here they can evaluate patients and they receive the information from all patients. So this is an example of what we have for biomonitoring stickers. It's composed of a central PCB and printed wearable circuit. We are going to biomonitor electrocardiogram, heart rate, body temperature, motions, and respiration. So this is an overall, it's not very clear, but this is the system architecture to give you an overall vision. So we have the biostickers on the left side. You see that it's going to retrieve the information from temperature, heart rate, electrocardiogram, the vital signs that I've just mentioned. Then through the smart box, where this information is going to be collected for each patient, it will be transferred by Wi-Fi to a gateway. Okay, and here in this gateway, we are going to manage the patient encounter and condition. We are going to have the data anonymization. We are going to have the list of the devices that then is going to be passed on to the hospital information system. The communication method that we are going to use is FHIR. And then we are going to have the health professional checking on a viewer, that's the name of our hospital information system, all the information that's retrieved from the patients. So I will now talk to you about the first clinical pilot that we had last year in September 2021. And during 3 days, we were at a SHUC, the hospitals of Coimbra, at an outpatient unit where we had 6 volunteers from the project that spent 3 days, one of them 24 hours using one of these biostickers, and all of the others just had a period of 8 hours using the sticker. We had 2 smart boxes and 2 beds in use. This trial was monitored by 1 nurse. The information and the values that we retrieved were from EKG, heart rate, respiration rate, and saturation of O2. We used wearable chest belts and biostickers. And to show you a little bit better, so these are the wearables we're talking about, so chest bands and biostickers. Miguel brought some of these with us today, so if you want to check what we're talking about, you can pass it on. Thank you. One of our main goals was to make sure that our system, so this WOW system, is validated, the data is correct, so we had to validate it against the hospital monitoring system to make sure that if you are using all those equipments with wires or the WOW system, the information is correct and doctors can use it. Another goal is to have untethered patients. So here you don't have all those wires linked to the patient, giving the patient mobility. This is viewer, so it's the global, it's Glint software where the nurses can check all the information and all the parameters and evaluate the parameters that are retrieved from the system. In a general evaluation, it was good. Okay, from the nurses' evaluation from 0 to 10, we had most of the, we had 8s, 9s, so for the system usability, we had an 8. The first time initializing the system and easy to use, that was the lowest we had, that was a 6. But still, for the sensors functionalities, in the overall conclusions, what the nurse told us is that the system is easy to use. They don't have the headaches of manual input of the values to the system. That's one of the things they do today, read the system in the, read the values in the hospital system and then have to input it into the computer. They also mentioned that they prefer the patch version over the belt version because it's easier to install. And then regarding the data access and visualization in Glint system, they said that it was user-friendly. So it's nice. Considering the data validation, because then we had to make sure, what we wanted to know is if the system, the hospital monitoring system and WOW system gave us correct results. Well, regarding EKG and heart rate, they were okay, so they were in accordance to the clinical device currently in use, but when it came to the respiration rate algorithm, it did not meet expectations. So we had to work on this algorithm since last year, just to make sure that our accuracy would come up to 90% levels. Then for the temperature sensor, it had some hiccups and sometimes it stopped working. So since last trial, the problems were discussed and we had improvements suggested on the patch design and fabrication, respiration monitoring algorithm, acquisition and communication algorithms. We had minor improvements in the patch for heart rate and EKG because the values were pretty good already. But for the respiration acquisition, we had major improvements. And now we have an accuracy of over 90% in tests that we did in the lab with volunteers from the lab. So in the overall modifications for the patches that were done were two, in design, there were two respiration sensors to detect belly and chest breathing, belt with two respiration sensors accounting with sleep side. For the fabrication, we had a circuit printing using a custom-made, lab-made multi-material printer, and for the software, we had the dynamic EKG protocol and respiration detection algorithm. For the IoT system, we also had some improvements, the simultaneous Bluetooth acquisition of biosticker and oximeter. We have also full interoperability specification through exchanging messages using FHIR. That's the standard that we're using between Global Care and the Gateway. The vulnerability analysis of the whole system and secure system implementation, and also improvements in the user interface based on feedback from the healthcare professionals. So now we're preparing to do our second pilot. This time we're going with real patients, again in the outpatient unit in Coimbra. We had the hospital's ethics committee approval in August this year. So we're going to be monitoring 5 to 6 patients. We want to monitor 24 hours and 8 hours, so these two periods of time. We're going to use 2 or 3 smart boxes, 2 or 3 patches. We're going to use the same wearables, or the improved version of these wearables. The medical conditions that are more frequent in this unit are hip replacement, thyroid surgery, and spine surgery. So now what we want to see if for the patients that are in this unit, if we can do these correct measurements. The measurements that are going to be done are the same, and we're going to use these wearables, the chest belt and the biosticker. So for this year, we had some dissemination activities. We were in the EMA conference. We were in Hanover, Mass, and the conference Life on Chip, and also in a University of Coimbra innovation fair. I also have here some selected publications in that were submitted and accepted and published in 2021 and 2022. I'm just showing you what's the future and what the future holds for us. We are now working on an oval patch material that will work for more than 7 days, including running and daily showers. So this is the future. We won't have it in this trial, but this is where we're going to be in the next couple of years. For the expected impact, so I think that now we can demonstrate that for the first time we have the integration of biomonitoring e-skin into a professional health information system. In terms of positioning and commercialization channels, we want to have this solution in the hospital sector, mainly in hospitals which have inpatient care services. And we're going to use, and we are using already, Glint's position in the Portuguese healthcare market to accelerate the adoption of the solution by hospitals and diversify Glint's products portfolio. So our next steps are performing this second validation pilot with patients in Hospital dos Covões. I didn't mention, now that I remember, but I didn't mention one of the risks that we are now having for this pilot is to make sure that we have the infrastructure and the hospital infrastructure on time, so we can deploy the solution and we can work with this trial. We are planning on dissemination activities to continue to promote the project. So we're going to a conference in January. And then the commercialization activities. We are including WOW in a Glint sales pitch for 2023 for the Portuguese market when approaching clients in Glint. And we are planning on abroad activities probably next year. We're starting with Spain. It's where we have more relevant position. And then we are going I don't know, we're going anywhere because I think that this is a great project with a good potential. Is it okay? Did I do it?
Save us 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. You save us 2 minutes, so very good. Questions, please? From the audience first, but feel free. You have 2 minutes. You save the 2 minutes, so you can show. That's good to show the material. I think that's very important.
So I have a question. Thanks for your presentation. It's really exciting to see the product. Specifically with the data dashboard and the nurses, you mentioned that they had worked in paper before using the system. Were there any trade-offs such as attention to the screen or issues that they encountered using a digital system?
One of the things they mentioned, they liked they didn't have to use paper, so they didn't have to go and measure. And at that time, they had to go and see, well, now the patient has this degrees or this or the values. Another thing that they can do, they can program, and so they can have the temperature hourly, and they have the from each 10 minutes, so they can program what they want to have. They mentioned that maybe it would be nice to have the electrocardiogram, the graphic, because for viewer, we don't have the graphic yet. We just have the numbers, the values, the last values that were recorded. It can be the last 5, the last 6, so they can choose the ones they want to see. And I think that in the beginning they had some issues on choosing the correct patient. But one of the things that we also want to have in this hospital particularly is giving them this information, but also trying to have some integration with the information that the hospital already has. Okay, so that was not the part of the initial project. What we really want to show is this monitoring values, but if we can, we are also going to try to give them extra information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Is it back on the middle? Can you please provide a microphone there?
Thank you. So one of the things that I've heard from physicians in the US is this fire hose of information that comes out of the streaming data collected with these devices. And so what they talk about is how do you really consolidate all of these, there's temperature, there's oxygenation levels, there's all these values into something that they can interpret at the point, of decision making. So have you encountered that issue, and how are you dealing with that?
With storing all this data?
No,
not sure.
The interpretation by the doctors
Because
and
nurses. Yeah,
so all those information.
Okay.
There's a lot of information to interpret, to read I assume that in infirmary, right?
Yeah, it's like 5 streams of data, right?
Okay.
And then, to be able to interpret that, to apply it to one single patient. That's one question. The other is that the baseline for every patient could be different. And how are you adjusting those baselines so that, again, it's a matter of how can the physician interpret it in the context of that individual patient?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want me to talk? Hi. So we are making small pilots initially, but the idea is to give the nurses a visual display of the current system that they have right now. So right now, a patient has a lot of wires and is very cluttered. And our biosticker, it would provide the Bluetooth and wireless freedom for the patient. So for then streamlining that data, it's directly on an interface, so the nurse can see immediately. But then the glint, when we send the data over to the database, the patients and the doctors the nurses and the doctors do have a table with that indicators, so heart rate and SpO2 and respiration rate.
But let me just add some information. Is that for now, and when you're asking about the control baseline, that's an interesting question, but you don't have it already, okay? So each patient has the values. So for a doctor, they should know in advance for this project specifically that if it's an older person, probably the values are okay, but if it's a younger person, for those same values, it's not okay. So that's something that we still have to work on, to give a baseline, like a reference value, where we can say that this patient with this pathology, probably the values are okay or are not okay. So we can do that in the future, but for now, that's not what's happening. When we're talking about a lot of data that doctors are having, so for the tables, they are getting the values, but we are letting doctors choose the time frequency where they want to see those values. So you don't have to see it every minute or every second. They can say that, well, I'm interested whenever I see a patient, I'm interested to see the temperature in the last hour or in the last couple of hours. But if I want to check for the heart rate, I want to have it checked each 5 minutes or each 20 minutes. We are also planning on having some alarms on the values so that they can have that be alerted if anything goes wrong, and we can also use that the baseline to do this check, do this double check. That's interesting. Thank you.
We have a question from Professor Yvonne Rogers, who's viewing the summit online.
Oh, okay. There.
She says, this is great work integrating all the health monitoring in hospitals. Is there any work to integrate the data collected so that it can be viewed and analyzed more easily by nurses and to help them make sense of it more deeply?
I don't know if I understood the question. So we're retrieving the data, the last part.
Is there any work to integrate the data collected so that it can be viewed and analyzed more easily by nurses and to help them make sense of it more deeply?
Yeah, it's almost, yeah, it's very similar. So we need to have the alarm system just to make sure that if anything is not okay with the pattern values, you just have an alarm saying that anything goes isn't well and anything is going wrong. Yeah.
Just a very quick question that I have here since I read the report. How have you dealt with intellectual property in the project so that you can go to the market next year? Because you were talking to, and one small detail, who is the owner of the IP of the dual degree student?
That would be the ISR, the University of Coimbra.
University of Coimbra. So
yeah,
there is
the Institute of
no problem with the CMU, intervention within the stickers, because CMU is actually intervening in the stickers, right?
Yes.
So who is the owner of the result of the student dual degree?
So CMU has a joint patent with us on the ink and is financing this project as well as our partners. So there's one colleague of mine that's the dual degree and he's not right now in Pittsburgh. And I'm really the role here. Developed a lot of the system, so more technical aspects there.
Okay.
So the IP would be on the proprietary part of the ISR, but it's a joint consortium in my opinion.
Good, but you better put it on writing, okay?
Yeah, but royalties, please.
Okay, I think we have now the time to progress to the next one. So Jody, please.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have TAMI, Transparent Artificial Medical Intelligence, and it'll be presented by Asim Sameljic from Carnegie Mellon, ECE.
Right.
Are you timing?
Yeah. Keep the point there. I'm the bad cop. I know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Alex, can you just take a glass of water, please? Yeah. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here and recognize and thank members of the ERC, Portuguese professors, visitors from CMU, provost Dean Sanders, and present some of the, I think, very interesting results that TAMI project has. I also would like to recognize some of my collaborators. I think Professor Ana Maria Mendoza is here. Ana is here, correct? I thought Tiago Oliveres will be here. Also, is Tiago here? Oh, hi, Tiago. Thanks. João Cardoso is probably not here. I haven't seen him. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you. Please jump in whenever you think you'd like to say something. That's fine with me. It's a very interesting project, actually, for the following reason. The project started some years after DARPA and Dave Gunning came up with this initiative of explainable artificial intelligence, which was the first part of the previous decade. But we at CMU actually built the first systems, and the first one was actually part of the CMU Portugal project, which would be recognized, hasn't still been recognized as such, in a diabetic retinopathy project. We applied, ran experiments, and validated results on explainable artificial intelligence in that project several years ago. Even, as you know, it was the first part of the last decade when Gunning had that idea, and then everything started. And DARPA actually invested certain funding to have certain institutions trying to do some experiments and build the things. It's impressive to see this list of companies and universities involved with the project, a smooth collaboration that we have among ourselves, planning, going to new projects, idea about the new projects, namely. And so we have first solutions as the promoter, and there is a video from that company, what they have been done for the project that I will show. We have Fraunhofer, located here in Porto. Then we have Institute Engineering System and for Systems and Computation at University of Porto, or INESC. Administrative Regional Southern and Northern Organization, and EC Department at Carnegie Mellon. I clearly don't have enough time for everything what I prepared. We submitted 37 slides, and I will need to skip a number of them. But yeah, I encourage every one of you somehow get those slides. I'm so sure ERC will have them or has them already. But that's from methodological standpoint, scientific depth standpoint, experiments and validation of the result, very significant document. So I'm sure you should be able to get it, whoever is interested in. As one outline, I somehow mentioned I will talk about the TAMI objectives, outputs, and contributions from each team that I mentioned. And then what's next? What's the future? What's the next challenges? And I always encourage to have this as the very important part of the presentation. Extract what's going to be a new vision. Clearly, it's not easy to extract and define, but we have this topic as the topic of one of the panels at the next conference. Just I had a talk last year on the topic that is title of this panel, and it was nice to see it as the title of the panel today. When we had
Minister H. visiting CMU in November last year. Okay, well, most of you know we have the following activities in the project. It's a rich, both in terms of the breadth and depth set of the projects. In particular, well, a number of these support tools have been developed. You will see their functionality soon. These have pretty deep methodological and algorithmic contributions made on the project, TAMI framework development, etc. A pretty impressive set of the activities that have been done here. Interesting slide to show. So this slide very nicely shows some remarkable accomplishments made from the point of view how all this system works together. So there are scientific contributions and unique structure of the CMU Portugal program itself, bridging academia like CMU and Inês, industry first and Fraunhofer and hospital, then collaborating, showing great long-term benefits. We now have 2 CMU Portugal visiting students in Pittsburgh and 2 visiting researchers also right now. We have joint publications, they're more precisely mentioned here, and planning activities and new projects in place. It's a nice example how to run such project and pretty unique. If I had time, I could have told you more or mentioned at least, I may mention in 1 or 2 sentences, interesting experience that I had running projects with Boeing, Microsoft, Apple, Lockheed Martin, etc. It's hard to get them two together on the same project. You can do it fairly easily with one of them, but having 4 or 5 institutions on the same project in the States, it's a little bit different thing. Maybe unless you go with less known companies. And the diagram itself also, I think, illustrated now nicely. So this system, at least in the context of the TAMI project, functions very well and should be used, the experience should be used in any future planning, going for larger grants, and I hope I will have time to say at least a couple of the sentences on that. Now, back to first, who is the promoter of the project. You can see some annotation tools that have been done in the period of the last year. And chest X-ray example, we will also see in the video that we will be running, how these annotations are made. So I think we can see this video now, please. So first system has been involved with doing this for different clinical applications. In the context of the TAMI project, they are involved in the glaucoma domain, cytology, and considering that we don't have voice here, if Tiago wants to add anything from first part, it's time now. But here, basically, we can see mainly images for the chest X-ray domain. How annotations are done. Oval and freehand annotations. Indication It was just here when it's accessible. Yeah, we can move to the next slide. Okay. Now, this is what Inês has done over the last year. They expanded the methodology and contributions in their domain. There is location-aware detection of multiple abnormalities, lightweight multi-resolution networks, and some preliminary results. Whoa, I'm running time. And maybe we can at least show some multi-scale approach figures for size-specific batch, as it is a new thing. I need to move this faster. And gradient-weighted class activation for mapping, detection and elimination of support devices related to support devices that may happen in the person body, including the pacemakers, etc. Performance results. And some new efforts in the privacy-preserving case-based explanations in collaboration with the Inês, as this is one area which is getting a lot of attention, as we know that medicine is one of the application domain of AI, but there is security, transportation, and other domains. Now, medicine and patients are specific because of the privacy issues, how to deal with the images, especially if somebody you don't want to recognize can recognize them. So in that domain, we are making some, together with the Inês, some significant contributions and publications. On cervical cytology on the Fraunhofer side, you can see a model agnostic generation of example-based explanations. Here in red, indicating primarily boundaries in these cells that are not very visible, it shows assessing inadequate samples. Block diagram, which, and this is for glaucoma, again from the Fraunhofer, generative deep learning models for data augmentation. Oh, I think this is, so I don't have time, just let me, Carnegie Mellon has done pretty deep scientific contributions in the domain of explanation and models for this purpose, and got very interesting results that are shown on this slide with 5 times smaller, 10 times fewer and 100 times less parameters, with visual explanations of the efficiency for the deep neural networks. Spectral pruning, also some interesting result, a topic that can contribute towards savings in deep neural networks. DeepFix, new system also developed by CMU with novel conceptual framework and compressions for simultaneous privacy and explainability, and anti-hoc fixed weight model with 153 times smaller images. Yeah, another example with the hard spot of privatized and explainable data, linear separability analysis, outliers and rare cases. We are working on that together with Fraunhofer, applied to cervical cytology and glaucoma. And so we had, from the CMU point of view and a couple of the other organizations that I mentioned here, main contributions in the model explanations area with explain, fix, and deep fix, and then data explanations with linear separability, treasure chest system, privacy preserving case-based explanations in collaboration with Inês and DEC. So one more thing that I would like to mention, I think don't have more slides beyond this one, but as I mentioned, for the next conference, it would be, as I would expect, this topic of privacy-preserving case-based explanations and the next generation of these models and systems would be very interesting and dominant one, just like we are talking today about improvements made by the machine learning advancements. So that's on this project. Happy to answer any question. Yeah.
Time is up. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Asim. Do we have any questions from the audience? So I have a question, Asim. I'm wondering if you have the opportunity to show the models and explanations to clinical staff and how they took them. You know, did they want the explanations or do they believe they have expertise?
Right. Yeah. So Jody mentioned one interesting aspect, and you have been in this domain also. Clearly, machine learning and contributions that we are making, improving and creating new algorithms are one thing. It goes, they are methodological, they go in depth. Very important part is also HCI part, human-computer interaction, namely how to approach and build the systems that are, excuse me, friendly to the users and users can understand and use it. And yes, we have such experiments run at two places. One of them that's progressed more perhaps is by Fraunhofer in a hospital in Porto, but addressing exactly that issue. We are working on the paper on that, but have some reporting already. So it's very important aspect because one without the other would not work out. To have the system understand what patients need and make correct, appropriate action, make appropriate or help in making appropriate decisions is very important.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yes.
Front.
So I'm curious what the privacy-preserving explanation means in this case, because what is the threat model with respect to the privacy considerations? Is it identifiability in a database, or is it identifiability by the clinician?
Identifiability in the database. That was the first one. Right. Right.
Oh, okay. And so
the others.
Sorry. Who defines the criteria? So if you were, I don't know whether using differential privacy or K-identifiability or one of these schemes, how does that and that part of the policy enter in the so if you presenting these explanations which are obfuscated and I saw the images, wouldn't that have a human factors effect on the user, because the image doesn't look like a normal image, it's been fuzzed up in some ways. So how do we trade off the quality of the explanation, if you will, and the privacy preservation?
Right. So right now we have very close collaboration between experts in machine learning, AI, and doctors or clinical persons that can provide appropriate advice, what and how to include. I had that experience from before in Pittsburgh with UPMC, University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, and Allegheny General Hospital. Again, it was related to the privacy. It was different project only. And vividly remember doctor who worked on the heart transplantation saying he considered himself smart person, but he has no ideas how machine learning do these things and can very little help us, in answering some of questions like yours that you brought up. So we are trying to have a pretty tight working relationship with the clinicians, get their expertise included, formalize in order to get the right solutions.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let me present now Nuno André Silva. He's head of data science lab at Hospital da Luz Learning Health. He will bring to us the project Intelligent Multimorbidity Management System. Thank you, Nuno.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everybody. I'm here representing the consortium Intelligent Care. The consortium is composed by 2 universities, Técnico CMU, 2 research centers, INESCID, ISR, and 3 companies, Primeirã, Hospital da Luz Learning Health, and Hospital da Luz Lisboa. In the morning, we talk about how to make an impact, how the projects make an impact, and the fact is that in healthcare, the system is struggling to get sustainable because the costs are increasing over time, and that's something which is across the different countries. One of the reasons is because we're getting older, and since we're getting older, we're getting more complex. So healthcare is a very complex system in multiple domains. In a disease domain, diseases are very complex. Different pathways, different cells interacting. In the diagnostic, how to do a diagnostic? Which kind of tools should we use to do the diagnostic? Which doctor should I talk? The treatment. Which treatment should I give to each patient? Chemotherapy, radiotherapy, surgery, and of course the workflow. How many physicians do we need to talk during nowadays when we go to a hospital? So it's a very complex system, which makes it very difficult to standardize. So if you want to standardize care, that makes it very difficult because it's very complex. And even when you're looking for a single pathway of a single disease, such as cancer, it's very difficult to do it. In fact, what's happening is that as soon as we're getting older, as we see here in the x-axis, the prevalence of multimorbidity, which means patients with more than one disease at the same time, increases. So what is difficult to do for one disease is even more difficult to do it when you get more disease. So that's the motivation for our work, to try to help to solve this problem or to mitigate this problem. So our project goals were the right care, the right way, and the right time. Okay, the right care, can we signalize or identify those patients with multimorbidity? The right way, can we identify what are the clinical pathways for those patients? And at the right time, can we predict if a patient will get an interaction with the hospital? And of course, we know that hospitals don't have all the data. So in our approach, we also are taking into consideration one thing that we call additional value variables, such as prompts, quality of life questionnaires, data from sensors, which will enrich the results of the project. So in terms of organization of the project, we have 2 main technical developments, one related with the hospital care, and one related with home care. And the bottom will have the proof of concept of our solution. So I'm going to start to show some highlights of the work that we have done in the hospital care. So the first thing to do was to get data. Yeah, without data we cannot do the work. So in our project we work with 2 main data sets from Hospital da Luz Lisboa. One structured data set, which consists of different episodes of the patients in the hospital, where in each episode we have lab results, prescriptions, evaluations, ICD codes, diagnostics, and the free text code that can be used to NLP technologies, or to develop NLP technologies, where we use discharge summaries, clinical diaries, exam reports. So we submitted to the IRB approved, and so that's a IRB approved project in this sense. So the data cleaning and text mining task is being developed by Primeirã, so they are heading this effort. So the first thing that was required to do was to define a clinical ontology, so we could annotate some data. We started by a previous ontology structure from the digital patient project, and we adapted that structure to the multimorbidity case. So we added several lines that were not there to be tailored to the multimorbidity. We had a team of 20 physicians annotating the documents, which resulted in about 1 million tokens of label data. After Privaran took all this information, and with their algorithms, they use a stack LSTM model with the BioBert, the Portuguese version, as the contextual embeddings, and they trained the model with our data. The results were in par with similar problems, so we got the F1 measure of 0.75. And currently, this algorithm is being deployed at the Hospital da Luz, Lisboa. Currently, we are also evaluating the need to annotate some extra data and also exploring some mention normalization tasks. So with the data, what we have done, we defined a dictionary of 105 chronic diseases, which would be the chronic disease of interest identified by our clinicians. And we started to using these phenotype disease networks to understand our population. So you can see here, so if you represent a patient as a set of diseases, and if you start to connect them, you can build this sort of networks. Yeah. So when you start to understand which diseases are more prevalent in our population, how they are clustered, and how can we detect those communities. In our case, for example, heart failure was something that was very prevalent, but also some interesting things. We can also see that allergies are often related with asthma, sinusitis, and we start to see some structure from the data. We move a bit forward, try to add another layer, and try to understand, for example, what's happening with age. As people getting older, and if we represent exactly the same data, but with the age in the y-axis, we can see that the complexity increases over time, with age. So in the bottom, we have 21 to 39 years old. On the top, 72 to 104, and you can clearly see that the number of diseases that are involved are much higher when you're getting older, and the number of connections also increases. So there's also this increase in complexity. Okay, so then what we have done. So then we took one disease as a reference. So we took all the patients that had heart failure and tried to characterize those patients. And heart failure is a very heterogeneous disease, and that's why we took this disease. So we use all the information, diseases, lab results, pharma, and we're able to find 4 clusters, just representing their networks, which share different characteristics. And after that, we went to understand, are those clusters associated with different healthcare consumptions? And in fact, they were. If you look for each one of their clusters individually, and if we see in terms of odds ratio, what is the outcome as going to the emergency, some of those clusters are more prone to go to the emergency department. So if you are able to identify them early, we can act upon them. After, we move a step further, and now instead of looking into the heart failure, we look into the osteoarthritis, because that's also a very prevalent disease in our data set, and we try to understand what are the pathways of those patients. And as soon as we plotted the pathway of a multimorbidity patient with osteoarthritis, that was the result. So I think it's very difficult to understand what's happening there. So you have to develop a set of methods, and this task is being led by Carnegie Mellon and Inês, where we represent the patient as a sequence of activities, apply some algorithms, for example, the longest common sequence, n-grams, and also use some common knowledge where we could somehow restrict the pool of patients, apply clustering, and extract clinical pathways. So from this kind of spaghetti that we have here, we were able to get the clinical pathway for the treatment of osteoarthritis patients. Okay. What came next? Okay, there's also some guidelines how to do it. How should we treat a patient with osteoarthritis? You can see it here, which is also very complex. So what we have done, so we adapted the granularity of the theoretical clinical pathway to our data, so we could compare the results. So with the theoretical clinical pathway that we have here, adapted to our granularity, we could do a fitness analysis. In this case, we use an alignment-based conformance checking algorithm to understand what were the difference between what we found on the data and what was supposed to do. 1 would be perfect, and 0 would be not aligned at all. So what we are doing now is try to understand why we have these changes. Are those related to multimorbidity patients? How the multimorbidity is interacting in these results? That's a bit exploratory work yet, but I think it's worth to mention here. So now what we are also trying to do is to use patient representations using these encoder-decoder networks to represent the patients in a different space where we can apply the algorithms, the cluster algorithms. So then what we're going to do is to represent the patient as a set of vectors and apply the algorithms to cluster in that space. Here is an example of this DICE framework in apply our data set of 3,000 patients with type 2 diabetes, where we can see here that, for example, the reddish cluster is the one with the most, is the one with the most outcomes. 26% of our outcomes would be going to the urgency department. So if you work in that space, we might find different patterns and be able to segment better our patients. So as I mentioned before, hospital as a view, what's happening in real world in day-to-day activity is a bit different. So we also took a part of what's happening at home, that we call here the home care. And that part is being led by ISR and CMU. We can collect information in multiple ways. We can ask patients to answer a questionnaire. Yeah? If you could please answer the questionnaire. We can ask them to do it automatically. We can do it via wearables, via environmental sensors. In the context of this work, we explore three sensors, so this test sensor, so the smartwatch, a smart mattress, Temi, which is a social aware robot, and we also developed an app to get data from questionnaires. So that's the technology that has been developed. So, but also more important than to know what to ask is to know when to ask, because we need people to answer our questionnaires, and we know that different people might have different routines, and if they have different routines, they might be able, or they might be more prone to answer a questionnaire in a certain part of the day, for example. So that's what the team at ISR was developing. They use a reinforcement learning framework where they try to find what would be the optimal interaction criteria to each patient, or in this case to each healthy volunteer, to be able that they give the information, so they reply the questionnaires. So this work was mainly, or was initially based on simulation, and is currently being done with 5 healthy participants. So at the beginning of the project, we asked our physicians what would we like to have, what is the main key thing that we'd like, and all of them mentioned we need to know if a patient is prone to fall or not, because everybody that goes in, or a considerable amount of people that goes inside of the inpatient is due to falls. So that was also one of the problems that were given to the people at ISR, and they developed an algorithm that is able to predict or give a risk score if a patient is prone or not prone to fall. It was initially tested also in simulation and healthy volunteers, so there are a bunch of people falling on purpose to train the algorithms, and now it's being tested in a senior residence with elderly people. So in terms of piloting, I'm not going to go into much details here, but that's the architecture that we are going to use. What we need to keep in mind is that we're thinking about the modular platform based on international standards, because if you want to scale, we need to be able to communicate with the other systems. And this platform is able to get electronic health record data and sensor data and give suggestions to physicians. So to demonstrate the technology we are developing, we are currently pending an IRB approval. Well, we actually need to answer questions from the ethical committee regarding this study. So we will have a set of patients with the multimorbidity, which will be invited to participate in the study, where they need to do some physical exercise, some moderate physical exercise. Half of them will get the devices, the Fitbit and the smart mattress, and another half will not get. And then after 6 months, we will try to understand what are the difference between these two group of patients in terms of interactions with the hospital. Also in communication, we are being able to communicate, web page project, the web page of the project, in the news, in conferences. Also to the community, I think is very important when you have such projects that we also share with the community what we are doing. So we have an initiative called Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare, the seminar series, where we invite people around the world. Rema, which is here also today with us, was the first speaker, but we have people from around the world, King's College, MIT, Technico, Champalimau. So we are inviting many people where we are discussing challenges of applying AI in healthcare. Another thing is also that we also committed to open science. So we will release a project GitHub where, when it's possible, we'll share the code and share the results of the project there. So because it's also very important that we are able to replicate the projects of others, and we'll save time actually. So we learn from each other. So, and also in terms of training the future engineers, we had 8 master theses doing with us, and 3 PhDs is currently taking place, are on the way. So in conclude, we developed and implemented an NLP tool tailored to multimorbidity. We developed tools and methodologies to phenotype patients based on multimodal data, drugs, lab results, clinical notes, which allow us to signaling those patients early as possible and predict if they will come or will not come to the urgency department. We also developed tools to extract clinical pathways from real-world data. So we try to understand what is the right way of treating those patients, and also build the platform, the first version that allows to collect information about electronic health records and sensors. Last but not least, we also contributed to retain talent in Portugal, and also to connect industry with the universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions, please. I'm sure there's a lot of questions. So here in front, I have a lot of questions already.
Very, very happy to answer and to share problems and possible solutions.
There's some feedback here, so I don't know. Yeah. When you use NLP techniques in one of these classification pipelines, one of the questions I have is from the point of view of validation and even regulatory approval. How do you characterize the failure modes of the NLP system? Because often these things have been, all the criteria that have been developed for validation and so on are for sensors, for example. So things that are much better characterized from a point of view of error and noise and so on, than NLP systems can have very difficult, complex failure modes. So how do you work through those kinds of challenges?
So we had a team of clinicians that were annotating the data, and also the team at Privera, they were also having some linguistics that were checking the results of the algorithm. But I didn't mention, I didn't have time, but in fact, when we are using the data, we are not using the text itself for the following process of the pipeline. We are just using the entity recognition, the entities that were recognized, also do privacy reasons, because we cannot control what's written in the text. So our approach was, instead of using the full text, would be cool, we know, and we know that everybody or many people would like to do it, but very challenging. You cannot control what doctors write. So what we decided to do, so we have a small data set, which is anonymized, passed through a name entity recognition for names, phones, addresses, and if there was a flag of these cases, it didn't enter into the annotation phase. And what we do is that we're going to use just the entities that are on the text. So we will not use the text by itself. So in this case, the privacy it's preserved. And that's time.
You're keeping the time. More questions, please. I can put one, which is from the reports. Something is wrong because I saw in your reports 0 journal papers. There are 2 there, but they are proceedings, so they are not journal papers. But you are reporting 12 100% paid persons in the project. How can you explain this?
Sure. So when we start the project, we had pretty much nothing. So no data, yeah. So the first maybe year and a half of the project was mainly on which data we want to have, where it is, can we access it, how do we need the ethical approval, is it approved, it's not approved. We need physicians annotating the text. So it was a lot of work to get these initial data sets, and I think we did already 8 master theses. I think 3 or 4 of them will go paper soonish.
Okay. Some of the results here are
yes. So some of them
writable.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, to say that the initial work of building this data set was kind of.
How much time do you have still to the end of the project?
March, April.
Ooh.
April.
You have to ask for a
extension, maybe.
Extension.
Because we're also contacting with the COVID was also some impact in this part.
It explained. Thank you.
Clarification to what Nuno just answered. It's not that we have not written the papers. We have submitted several works. Unfortunately, until now, it's not that we have been rejected. We have never been rejected. We have received notifications that our work does not fit the journals. So basically, they always say that our journal doesn't cover what you're doing.
Yeah. On the back. And it's the last one.
So I would like to know a bit more about how do you treat everything that's around the machine learning part. So regarding the wearable that detects the faults, for example, I would like to know first, how do you detect false positives, right? No, how do you detect false negatives, and how do you treat false positives?
Okay, so the initial work was done in simulation. I'm going to help Plinio to answer this question because we work as a team. And so the initial work was done at simulations and with healthy subjects. So there were a bunch of people that were falling, you know. So we're walking and falling. And nowadays what you are doing, you're running a pilot in a senior residence with a set of elderly people and trying to collect more data to see if the algorithm is working. So, but maybe Plinio, you want to ask something?
Yeah, so just to clarify a little bit, so the simulation means that the person is pretending to be falling, so there's an actual fall, but there is always a previous action that the person is doing before falling, and we have a clear list of what actions are done before falling. So for each one of the actions, the user performs a fall. All of these ones are young people, healthy. And right now, what they already are doing is basically they are wearing the wearables, doing their day-to-day activities, and basically verifying that the fault detector works properly.
Okay, guys, we have no more time. Sorry, I cannot allow more questions. We are already a little bit delayed. Thank you very much. I think it was a great session on MedTech, and I hope to see you in the next session that we have to promote on this. Specifically on MedTech. I think we should make a session of CMU only on MedTech. Okay? Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
We will begin our next session at 4:15 p.m. with the second keynote by Gil Azevedo from Startup Lisboa. We will pause briefly for the CMU Portugal student poster session and coffee break on floor 3. CMU Portugal National Co-Director, who will introduce our second keynote speaker of the day.
Okay, so I know it's been a long day and everybody is probably eager, some of you to visit Lisbon, the beautiful city of Lisbon, others to recover from your jet lag. But I'm here again. It is my pleasure to announce our final keynote speaker. I just wanted to, and Gilles is going to explain what is the Unicorn Factory. I just wanted to give you a brief introduction. So this space here is actually property of the City Hall of Lisbon and has been commissioned to several entities, of which Startup Lisbon is the managing entity. Then Jill will correct me if I'm not saying everything as it should be, for making this new area of Lisbon a hub for entrepreneurship, for research, for ICT. And like I told you, Nuno Sebastian, which was one of the founders of some of the companies that we had in the partnership, contacted me and said, we would like to have the CMU Portugal program. We would like to have activities of the CMU Portugal program happening here. And that's why we are here today. And we will continue to have events here throughout the coming months and years. As you know, or at least some of you know, during phase 2 of the partnership, we had an in-residency program for early startups, which is something that we are starting to discuss. And it was an important mechanism to make not just researchers, but also people that are starting small startups to visit CMU, to get exposed to the ecosystem, as we saw, is very strong. And it is kind of mind-changing for some of our young entrepreneurs. And this is something that we will be starting to and looking forward into the future, not only with, of course, with Startup Lisbon, but with similar entities throughout the country, and trying to see how we can best shape this. But I don't want I was just making a little bit of a pause to see that everybody could sit down. So I would like to introduce you Gilles Azevedo. He is the Executive Director of Startup Lisbon. And again, the entity that is responsible for the scale-up program that is known as the Unicorn Factory, which was just recently presented during the Web Summit, which happened last week. He is the executive director and has a lot of experience in the Emirates, where he worked on similar type of activities. So without further ado, thank you very much, Gilles. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to present Unicorn Factory Lisboa and also Startup Lisboa and what we do with these two projects with the city. So I'll start with Startup Lisboa. Startup Lisboa is an entity that exists now for 10 years. It was founded in 2012 as a partnership between the public sector, being the city council, and the private sector with a number of companies. Throughout the last 10 years, Startup Lisboa had the mission to create an ecosystem of startups in the city. So if we go back 10 years in time, we'll see that Lisbon and Portugal, the word startups was not what we would speak on the day-to-day. We were under financial crisis, so that was not the focus. So Startup Lisboa came with that mission to start creating this ecosystem, and together with the private sector, other incubators started also joining the city, new acceleration programs, and with this, we started getting a proper startup ecosystem. Right now, in terms of Startup Lisboa, we offer 6 main areas. So the first is the mentorship, where we connect startups and scale-ups with mentors. We have then the perks and partnerships, where we partner with a few dozen companies to provide services and support to the scale-ups. Then we have the funding matchmaking, where we connect to all the VCs and investors and business angels that exist and in Portugal, but also abroad. Then finally, not finally, but in terms of communication, for us is always key to be able to talk to all the different stakeholders that exist in the ecosystem. Then the physical space. Now after the pandemic, this changed a bit. Before, it was a very common ask for the early startups to have specific space. Now with remote work, it's not as important as before, but we still have this facility in case startups need physical space. And then finally, the community. So Startup Lisboa has been the player that have created the most dynamic community among startups in Lisbon over the last 10 years. With this, so in terms of numbers, what is Startup Lisboa? Then we do around we receive around 175 applications per year. We have an acceptance rate of 10 to 15%, which means that we have between 40 and 50 startups joining us every year. Out of these, we have more than 40 nationalities and plus more than 400 million euros raised over the past 10 years as a support from our startups. So here are a few examples. So here we have a mix of Portuguese and non-Portuguese startups that have been incubated by Startup Lisboa. A few examples. So we had Defined AI with 80 million raised, 360 Imprimir with 64 million, US-based Bounce with 50 million. So we have plenty of success stories out of the 400 that we have supported. And one of the key numbers that we are very proud of is 60% of the startups we have supported, they are still in business, which in the world of incubation is very significant. One other project that Nuno touched is the Hub Creativo do Beato, which is where we are. So this is a total area of 35,000 square meters. There are 18 buildings in total in this area, and the goal is all of these to become entrepreneurship and innovation hub for the city. We have now the first phase is almost completed, where 30% of the space will be open, which includes this building where we are. It includes a building in the entrance where a major telecom company will have their headquarters, and includes as well all the common areas and the food area. Then with the second phase, by the end of next year, we'll have roughly 60% open, and then in 2025, we'll have the complete project completed. So now let me introduce you then the project that we just announced 2 weeks back, and has been the key project for the City Council for the past 1 year regarding innovation and regarding entrepreneurship. So Unicorn Factory Lisboa is born after 2 other milestones in cities. So we spoke about the first one, that is Startup Lisboa. In 2016, Lisbon started receiving the Web Summit, and for the first time, our ecosystem became international and started growing and becoming popular beyond borders. And now, after 10 years of that Startup Lisboa was born, we founded Unicorn Factory Lisboa. Why? Because our ecosystem is already quite strong on the early stage and on the smaller startups, but there is no much support to helping growing the ones that are already through the initial phases of funding and having a product and a team. Therefore, the focus of Unicorn Factory is to expand the role of Startup Lisboa. Startup Lisboa, being a very strong brand and program, will continue to exist, focus on the early stage, but Unicorn Factory will support the full value chain. From ideation, where our goal is to make sure that we have a strong pipeline of new ideas continuously, up to scaling up, which means growing up and going global for the startups, and then having specific hubs in the city that can support this innovation that we want to bring to the city. The main one is the one where we are now, but the goal is to have a number of satellites in specific themes across the city in order for the full city to be a city of innovation. So with this first phase of Unicorn Factory Lisboa, we are launching 2 programs. The first program is to support startups that are already beyond this initial stage and want to grow and are based in Portugal. Here, we are going to give them the support and the tools to be able to grow fast and sustainable. The second one is the soft landing. On the soft landing, this is for scale-ups or startups that are abroad, want to create some sort of operations in Portugal or in Lisbon, and this is how we can support them to do this in the most smooth way possible. So starting with the scaling up program, there are 5 pillars for the program. The first one is what we call immersive upskilling. These are founders that have been through a lot and growing very quickly in a short period of time. So they don't have necessarily the skills and the tools to become leaders and managing a large organization. So therefore, here the goal is that we give them the tools with the help of the unicorns that already exist in Lisbon and in Portugal. And with specialists, we help them creating those skills. What are the examples? So leadership, culture, fundraising, going beyond what is a seed stage and going to other phases. And other themes that can include internationalization, including disruptive business models and so on and so forth. But we won't make this very, very practical. Therefore, we are bringing the unicorns to give their own experience and let them, the startups, know what are the key challenges that they face and how to address them. Second one is the mentorship board. For the first time, we'll put a team of mentors that are either, again, founders that have been through the same phases or specialists, being it senior executives of companies that can help these scale-ups understand the opportunities and face the challenges. So this will meet every 2 months to create a strong cadence of support. So they will bring their problems, they will bring their opportunities, and the mentors are there to support and give completely unbiased feedback. The third one is the corporate matching. So we were able to partner with over 30 of the largest companies in Portugal. And these companies will be choosing the scale-ups that they want to support, and with the ones that they choose, they will work together to create stronger products and create what can be a product market fit to grow fast. Then international growth. Again, the same logic of partnership. So we have partnered with ICEP, which is the International Association for Portugal Abroad. We have partnered with Microsoft with a program also of Microsoft for founders, and we have partnered with incubators in other countries in order for other startups, if they need support, they can go and meet these other entities abroad and very quickly get the doors opened. Together with these, we have partnered with more than 25 funds and VCs and investors that will also going to invest in these startups and also helping them in growing globally. And then finally, the community. Again, there is a strong value in having the startups and scale-ups and the full community working closely, creating synergies, creating opportunities, networking. So our goal is really to bring all of this together in order to create a strong community. Then, just very quickly in terms of numbers, what does this program mean? So we have 8 themes, as I mentioned, ranging from leadership to fundraising to other areas that are key for founders. We have more than 100 mentors available to create these mentorship boards. We have more than 30 corporates, as I mentioned, ready to partner with the scale-ups to help them in creating strong and robust products. The 20 VCs that I mentioned that go beyond the 10 countries. And then finally, the more than 20 geographies where we can immediately connect startups and scale-ups abroad. The second program is the soft landing. And here again, we have 5 pillars to help who is abroad and wants to create some sort of operation in Portugal. So the first one is immersive sessions. So we are going to explain what is the tax, what are the regulations, how to recruit, and so on in Portugal. Second, we are going to work with each one of these companies to understand what type of connections they need, and we will be opening doors to make sure that they meet the right people and get the right opportunities. Thirdly, we'll have a help desk that will support them in going through the bureaucracy. They don't know, they might not know the full processes, so we are always available to help them understand what's next. Fourth, here is where we believe office space can still play a very important role. So for the startups and scale-ups that are abroad and want to move to Portugal, instead of start looking for a space immediately, we have space immediately available and fully equipped for them to bring a team, start looking at the market, start looking for opportunities, and in parallel, then look for a permanent office. But they can start day one hitting the ground running. And then finally, again, the community. And here is beneficial for everyone. So it's beneficial for these scale-ups and startups that are coming from abroad and are settling in Portugal, that they have access to the networking and to the full community that will help them establish, but also for the local community that will get access to a more international network. So with this, we are able to take the benefit to both sides, to the local and also to the ones that are coming from outside. So these two programs were launched last week with the Web Summit. They will start formally in January 2023. So the next 2 months, we are starting to taking applications. The first program of the scaling up works on a cohort basis, meaning that there will be 3 cohorts per year, where we are going to choose 6 to 8 scale-ups per year per cohort to join this program, which means that we will support around 20 or more scale-ups every year. And the soft landing will be open continuously, and we'll be supporting with a tailored-based program based on these pillars. Some will require support in all 5, some will require support in 2 or 3. So in each case, we work together to create the right package and the right support for each scale-up that is considering soft landing in Lisbon. What is the future? So this is the first phase. As I showed in that first slide that shows that Unicorn Factory Lisboa aims to support the full value chain from idea up to the stage where scale-ups become unicorns. So we want to create a full ecosystem that ranges across sectors and ranges across different types of sizes. So we have a main startup campus that is here in Hub Criativo do Beato, where startups can start creating their businesses in a very collaborative mode, with all the different programs collaborating to the same pool of startups. So instead of having one community for Startup Lisboa, one community for a FinTech House, which is another incubator, and having multiple communities, we have a single community that is much bigger in size and therefore can have much more impact. And then linked with a number of areas that we believe Lisbon and Portugal can be quite strong and be a reference internationally. A few examples: clean tech, food tech, Web3, gaming. These are areas that already have a strong number of startups already in the country. There is already investment in the country. So if we are able to bring all of these together, which right now they are separated, we can create strong areas where we can create a difference for the city, for the country, and in terms of innovation. This will mean working with everyone. We are here not to be competitive. We are, again, a non-profit organization that is a partnership between the city council and the private sector. So our key word really is collaboration. Any entity that wants to collaborate, being it a private company, being it a university, being it an international organization, as long as they see benefits in our work, we are always looking for opportunities to work together. And this is going to be really one of also the key differences from the past, where obviously each one was working a bit more separated because they were creating. Now that we have size, we need to bring all those efforts together. So I'll end up with our vision. So we really want to create a world-class ecosystem in the city where we can support founders to start, to scale, and really become global. So this is our vision, and we will work with everyone that wants to make this vision a reality for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. My question has to do with the transition from academia to industry through the startup group. And what I have seen in the last few years is that academics create, say, a hardware device. They get patents for it, and they do a lot of research and even go and create a prototype. And then they don't want, I'll just stand over here. And then after that, they don't want, okay, sorry. And then after that, they want to keep their jobs as researchers. They don't want to go into industry. So the task then is, how do I find the CEO who wants to work out this product market fit and develop a business model from this device? Is this something that you guys are helping with? And how can this trend, go ahead.
I can answer. I've done that 7 times. So you inspire your students to become the CEOs. And then you send them to the startups. And I have one which was born on my lab and now is a unicorn. And I have 6 others. One of them is 7 million already raised. And the one I like most, it's only 100K. It's the one I'm taking more time. So yeah, so I think you inspire your students. That's the best way.
Thanks.
And I'll also have a couple of points from my side. So the city has a number of labs that help these ideas to start taking shape. Our goal, again, as I said, Startup Lisboa has been focused on helping founders that already have an idea and want to create a proper business model. With Unicorn Factory Lisboa, we want to move towards the ideation phase. We want to work with labs. We want to work with universities and also to corporate world, because corporate world also runs a number of programs to identify new opportunities and new ideas. But the next day in the universities, research on the corporate is the P&L and is the sales for the main and the core products. So we want to be able to help all these ideas and pipeline and patents that exist in order to find ways to grow, support them, to move from idea, again, to a business model, and from a business model to a product that can be scaled. And working obviously with the labs in the city and with the universities to make this happen.
Let me get away from the feedback. So I have 2 connected questions. I mean, the high-level one is about what you consider success. 5 years from now, what will be success? What is the ROI that you could expect from, of course, your non-profit, but your supporters, your investors, the city of Lisbon, the Portuguese government has expectations. What are those expectations? But I want to actually connect to a second question, which actually relates to the previous question, which is more and more what we're seeing in innovative products, which are interesting combinations of hardware and software. And the hardware side has an interesting economic development aspect to it, which is manufacturing, in the potential actually to create much more employment than just pure software businesses.
Correct.
Is this something that you're considering in the relationship to manufacturing in support of these companies, or is it, because I saw the list of things you had there, and most are like Web 3.0, fintech, and so on, very, very soft, right?
Correct.
There are a few things that might be a little bit harder, but how do you see your role in mediating between the innovation and a healthy economy broader than just the startups themselves?
Correct. So I'll start with the first question. So we have 3 KPIs that we measure success. The first one is number of projects we support. So currently we support around 40 to 50 per year. We want to bring this number, we want to double the number and be able to support more than 100 per year. Second one is in terms of funds raised by the startups and scale-ups we support. Right now, we get around 35 to 40 million per year, the funds raised by our startups we support. We want to multiply by 3 that amount. So we want to be able to bring more than 100 to 120 million per year in new funds for these startups. And obviously this translates into new jobs, new products, new investment, and so on. And then the third one is the city of innovation. So if we look in 5 years from now and we look back, how do we see this space that we now see that a portion still needs to be developed is the main hub? How do we see the city 5 years with a main hub that is this fully function, and how many people and startups will be here working on every day, plus the network of hubs, being it from the city or being it from private sector, working all together in creating this network of hubs. So those would be the 3 KPIs that we are looking for the next 3 years. As you said, we are non-profit, so it's not about making money for us, it's about creating impact in the city. With the second question regarding the software and hardware, obviously it's a challenge. Obviously it's easier to support the soft side of technology, and this is where we are mostly equipped for. I'm going to be completely transparent, but when we have 35 corporate companies with all different sectors associated with us, providing their resources and their skills and their facilities and their own labs to support projects, this is where we can move to the hard side, the hardware side of it, and with the manufacturing. So the manufacturing is a bit of a problem. So typically there are countries that are way more capable of producing in scale, which then the startup and the scale-up will need to consider those countries. But in terms of testing, doing the proof of concepts, and then adding value, this can be done here. And this is through the partnership we have with these 35 companies and goes across all the sectors, but also with other players in the city, which they have their own labs to help. Okay, thank you.
Well, first, thank you. I mean, truly inspirational to see it, and a great start.
Thank you.
It seems to me that it's the sort of venture where success brings more success.
Correct.
If you see what I mean, because if companies start coming, then others start coming, you know, you get the right mix there, they feed off one another and so on. And we can look around the world and see where that's happened. I mean, in my country, Cambridge is a good example of that. You look at the cluster that's around there, but wind the clock back 20, 25 years and it wasn't like that at all. But when the companies move there, others do. It seems to me, therefore, that when you're starting like this, and you're still relatively starting on your new venture, those who are supporting it, maybe perhaps particularly the municipality, maybe the government, have to be willing to think long-term. They have to recognize that starting now doesn't immediately give them what they want, that it's a longer term. Much like with the CMU Portugal program, it's done well to go this far, but staying with it. How confident are you that they're in that space?
So if we look at the past 10 years, we see a very cohesive approach. So this has not been the one person and then that person changed jobs and then everything stopped. In the country, there's really a vision that Portugal can really be one of the hubs internationally for innovation and for entrepreneurship. And this has seen, so the municipality already had different parties managing it, and both parties have always having the same vision. We are now in a good position because the current mayor has been the previous innovation commissioner for the European Union, and therefore has a lot of experience and also is very keen in accelerating this innovation. But this project we are sitting on was already discussed in the previous municipality executive team. So the support we see, and it's not a 3-year support, a 2-year support, a 5-year vision. It's really a continuous bet in innovation, and that the results we see today in the Web Summit last week, where we had 70,000 participants, more than 2,000 startups participating, it's a result of a lot of years of work. It did not come with 1 year effort. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are ready to close the session. Once again, thank you very much, Gilles, for your closing.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
And see you all tomorrow here at 9 for the first keynote by Nicholas Christian. I've seen him, I think he's there. It's a great keynote, so be here on time tomorrow morning. Thank you.